Returning from recess, the Ojai Arts Commission Strategic Planning Meeting is in session. I know that we are going to, I just welcome everybody back and thank you for your time yesterday. And if you were like me and did what I told you to just go do something different, you woke up today with it, bzzz, okay? So we're going to capture that, I know, but at the same time, I just encourage you to, that was like the fertilizer, and today, don't go down too many dark holes by yourself, because we are a group. So we'll have today we have the session to turn that into a better form. So with this, I turn the floor back to Nusamal.
Thank you.
No, that was yesterday. No pledge allegiance today.
Okay.
They're already calling. It's the public.
Yes, yesterday, good morning. Yesterday, we got in touch with our stakeholders and got a sense of the different layers of that. And as we did that, we also became more practiced at seeing what is an elevated strategic lens, and then how can we zoom in, get real empathic with our people, and zoom out, and got in touch with a sense of who do we want to be in touch, who do we want to know about us when we have more clarity. So stakeholders. We did a rich look back. It's said that in order to go forward, you need to clear up what's behind you. So here we are. We have a sense of our origins, where we've been, what it's taken to get here. Some of had some war wounds. We recognize and got in touch with that and have clarity about what is behind us, why we are how we are, and it kind of opened up the field for who we are and what we're going to be. Then we said, okay, let's check in with the mission. And we also realized that having gone back, there's what was originally aimed, and we looked at the fundamental statements, and then we got in touch with what really is our mission. If we get in touch with who our stakeholders are, this is now. And then we mapped many of the key elements of that, understanding that there's some ambiguity. So, well, we're not so sure about some things. We have to get our feet into the journey, get our hands wet, massage some of our thinking, and see where we actually want to be going. And then that will clarify some of our mission. So we anchored this, but it's not a finished product. We, as a team, drew from the resources here, which are actually extremely diverse in many ways and vast. And so you each have experiences from which to draw and develop the very best of how to work together and what works for you. And we mapped out ways of working. And we came back out, and Valerie raised a point. She said, hey, where's the resourcing? So teams are resource, so that was something that came up for her. And I think it came up. I'm just not sure where it is on the map. So we put it on, I asked her to put it on there. In any event, the great teams, we talked a little bit about, well, we're not, some of the great teams that we came from, maybe we had more intimacy. This is a different kind of a team. And so we got some refinement on our understanding of what and how, if we do bring out the best in ourselves and support each other, how can we do that? So that we've got a sense of that. And then we came to answer some of the questions of where, from our own journeys, why we're here. Because it's no accident. Each of you are here for a reason. And what do you bring? What are some of the shadow bits that you need some support? And then we finished off with what's bringing you inspiration. So last night and today, the plan is after a check-in, and it's going to be a rich check-in because we did have a nice, good dream time after this, and so you're going to have sparked. So the first thing is so the check-in. Then we're going to reflect on, just take a snapshot of what's going on now in the arts and map that. Then we're going to do a little active imagination that's has Jungian roots to bring in all your full creative faculties to imagining if anything were possible. And you're really in touch with, and say, the potentiality of vibrant, vital, healthy Ojai arts is part of what's in the question. Then what could this be? And that's the dream. We're going to map that. We're going to step back, pause, and say, well, if so, then we have a long-term look forward, and maybe and what do we want to focus on? What are some of the key themes? Because you can't do everything, but what key themes, key areas of focus come out to us? And this is kind of an immediate. This is a tactical as well as strategic, and then this is this long-term. So if so, then we're going to, if so, then what would it look like? And we'll make a map of, okay, if we have that vibrant future, what are some of the steps to getting there? And that's going to give us some actionable items. We'll identify some milestones and next steps. Now, this is a lot, and it doesn't deliver a 5-year plan product, but these are the pillars that can get you to the next step. So that's thank you. So that's today. I'm going to, does that feel right? Pardon? Yes.
Nusa, I have a question.
Yes.
Understandably, this is not the finished product of the 5-year plan. Mm-hmm. Are we going to get together to write that, or how are we going to put that into, okay.
Yeah, you guys have, this is preparation for more sleeve rolling up and work, which is what you guys volunteered for. So this is support for that. The important thing is that it be aligned with a shared vision. So last night, you each had, I don't know how you did it, some kind of good night's sleep, and so I wanted to have a little check-in with you. And if you would share just where you are this morning, what came up. You had some big ahas or anything, just, yes, okay.
Do you want to do this organized or
popcorn? We could do that, yeah, we'll do person. Valerie has a burning, yes.
I love Pictionary and I do equations because that's how my mind works as a like mathematical scientific equation. Can I draw it?
Yeah, here.
I'll do it in Lisa style because you've inspired me.
Thank you. There you go.
Okay, so
give yourself some space, but not all the space.
yeah, no, I'm going to do it up here. So the question came up yesterday with the Arts Commission being to stimulate, right, not create. So in a mathematical scientific equation, stimulate is energy, and you stimulate something. So I'm going to, here's like a light bulb here, and this is the Arts Commission. And we get stimulated from the environment, the community, people, whatever's going on in the world. There's all these stimulates coming into here, which creates ideas. A spark goes off. Bing! Right? The spark goes off for an idea, and then there's a call to action. So it's similar to like nerve stimulator. If you go to the chiropractor, your muscle, my niece had a surgery, knee surgery, leg, no feeling, months. So we got nerve stimulators. So her muscles can't move. So I see the community as a muscle, right? And this muscle needs stimulating. It's just not going to stimulate on its own because it's not. So anyway, so we put out a call.
I don't want to interrupt you, but what's
What?
the time frame? 3 more minutes.
Call to action, and the call is to a community, and this community is sleeping. They're sleeping because they have not been activated. Okay? We have a very rich artistic community. So once they get the call, they start to wake up. And then from their wake up, they create their things, which is shared with the entire community. So for the Arts Commission to be a stimuli, it's much different than creating. If we were creating, we'd have the idea, the AC, we have the idea, we keep the idea within ourselves, we make this creation, and then we have this creation. That would be creation. This, being a stimuli and putting out a call, whether it's a competition, is a great way to wake people up, to get their creative juices going. They create whatever. We just acknowledge their creation. And this is what I feel the Ojai did. So that's basically that. Public art works different, but I could do an equation, but I see we're out of time. So that's how I validate stimulation for the Arts Commission.
I was going to say, that's so much the way artists think. Like Valerie and I are both visual artists, so we're like vacuum cleaners. We suck in ideas, and then we cause things to manifest, or we cause open calls to manifest. So I totally get that.
Open call and manifest. Okay. Thank you, Valerie. So fertile. Is it okay if Valerie? These.
Yeah.
Okay, but these. No. I don't want to erase the whole thing. This I want to keep. No, this I want to keep, but this one I didn't. Okay. Thank you. So that stimulus conversation took on some structure. Cool. Okay. Thank you. Next, where else are we, folks? We can do it in any direction.
Go
Five of you.
go your way. I'm still sleepy.
I really tried not to think about it last night and had a gig, so that was something I didn't think I'd do. And when I woke up this morning, thought I would, and I hope you guys did too, about possibilities. But I'm going to do my go back to the high altitude stuff. And because I woke up thinking what you already asked Pam was, now what, But then I was thinking, no, I don't want to just start driving ahead, and that's why my opening statements were what they were. So I went and I looked at some other final products from other arts commissions too, and so just a couple things. I don't know, maybe going back and adding things to what we've already done that I thought we were missing from a high altitude. I saw a beautiful economic impact statement from an arts commission from a similar size community, vibrant town in Washington. And obviously it was very professionally done, but it just made me realize in a community like Ojai, if you went to every gallery, every stage, every kiln, and looked at what the economic impact was and actually did some mathematics on the thing, that would both, I think, share in an unbiased way with anybody that this is important in many ways, and can also be a convincing method or vehicle to use with the people in the council to recognize the importance and see where that impact has the most. There's multipliers depending on where in the chain you do your activity as to how much they multiply. So I want us to make sure that as part of our plan, or at least our part of how we make our plan happen, that we consider that sort of study, formally or informally, to And the other thing I saw was that I think along the same lines can be convincing to the people or to the council about the importance of what this mission could be, was its ability, the art as a consensus builder, a community builder for people from diverse backgrounds. Last night I was the Sam's place was full of people I didn't know, and I got to talking to them afterward. You know, during the show, they're all, "Hey, this is great. Oh, we love you." And after the show, I was reminded again, there's people with different political sways. There's people from care or don't care about the climate, different gendered stuff. You know, and I was just struck that. But they all were sharing that. And so let's not lose sight that art is this great unifier for all the other things that divide us, you know. So if we could use that message when we are trying to communicate or go to a council meeting or just give a proclamation to some art group and say, you're doing a good job, you've done this sort of thing too. Yeah, the only thing else I had was the consensus versus majority, because I've been trying to bring little pieces of the mayor's comments in when they're appropriate. So I'm going to just bring this one in right now, because of course I was thinking about our team as well, and I asked the mayor how she felt about consensus versus majority in terms of the way the council ran or the way she would like to see the commission ran, because we've had 4-1, 3-2 votes, you know, and her first response was, well, consensus sure would be great, you know, and not but, you know, but the reality of the way the democracy works on the council and here on our commission is that we do come from diverse backgrounds that we talked about yesterday and skills that we bring together. And if we just if everything's going to be a consensus and everyone agrees, you know, then have we defeated the purpose of it? So don't be scared to stand your ground when you feel like you need to stand your ground, and don't go away mad if you're in the minority if we do votes on things. I'm going to try not to bring anything to a vote unless it's ready. You know what I mean? And so everyone's informed, and then they can make their decision. We'll try to do work outside. So I just wanted you to understand that the council recognizes the reality of the way democracy works too. And don't be scared of either trying for consensus, but not being fearful which adverse side you are on a vote, a majority vote. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Christine, you ready?
Okay, so I agree with Smitty that art is a unifier. I think it is. And in most communities, cultural activities are a very good economic driver. I mean, we see that with the music festival prominently, how it really affects this community. I didn't sleep last night. I didn't sleep well. I hardly slept at all. And I think it's because I'm coming only now to realize the sort of PTSD from the events of 2020 and how destructive that was to me personally, how destructive it was to this arts community, arts commission rather, and community, I can add. And so for that reason, I personally will make sure nobody here is bullied. So for example, when you spoke negatively about Smitty in our last session, I jumped right in to support the things that he had done. And I'm going to continue to do that regularly with this commission to make sure nobody is put in the kind of position I was put in. That goes to your question, I think, of consensus, unanimity versus a vote. And I think we all have different viewpoints, and I think that's important. And you know, I share your view that we don't need unanimity, but we certainly need respect, going back to what we were saying yesterday. I think that's one of the unifying themes. So anyway, that's just to express my personal view. But then in terms of the check-in itself, I think I was overwhelmed yesterday by the enormity of the scope ahead of us, both in terms of what's important and how we refine that importance into what we can, in a concrete way, accomplish. And then the second piece of that, which is, does anyone care? How do we assure outreach, and how do we make sure there are people who care? And I was interested in Valerie's example of, maybe the way to do it is to have things that are self-generated that draw in the community, and I think we can keep speaking about that. But how to assure outreach is hugely important to me. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll just echo what Christine just said for the most part. Didn't disagree with anything, but some bits personal. But I do understand that, and I echo what Smitty said as well. I don't think anybody on this commission is worried about unanimity versus consensus. I don't see any grey people. I see people of very strong colours, and I hope that continues, because we shouldn't be grey as an arts commission at all. We should all have our own views, and we should all be able to state them clearly and respectfully. So, to the point at hand, I did exactly zero thinking about this after I walked out of here yesterday, and I'm not going to be put in a situation where I feel that because everybody else has something to say that they thought about things, that I'm not going to bow to that type of peer pressure, although it's not intended. I understand that. But I'll explain why I didn't think about anything at all. It's because I've spent 4 years thinking about this stuff. While I appreciated, and I do appreciate the mapping, which as a visual learner, it really helps me to organize my thoughts, then there's quite literally nothing that we did yesterday that I haven't already thought about over years. It just helps me to organize it better. What I do appreciate is that now everybody can see in front of them what's been going through my mind for the past 4 years, and understand, to Christine's point, how huge this task is. So yesterday I spoke to one of the things that I feel that I have always had an issue with, which is sharing more information than I feel comfortable with. And one of the reasons that I don't necessarily do that is because I don't want anybody to run away when I understand the gravity and the enormity of the task ahead of us, and indeed in other situations too. Was that what I try to do as the leader previously is to only trouble you, not that you don't have the capability, obviously everybody is very capable, with your part of it, and allow me to worry about, and Smitty now, and Christine, to worry about how that all fits together in the grand scheme of things. Sometimes that bears fruit, oftentimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. And things generally can bump into each other. So, while I didn't spend a single second thinking about anything that we did yesterday, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. It absolutely has value. The only thing that I spent time thinking about yesterday was, awesome, now this is out. Now we can discuss it and everybody's on the same page, which is where the value for me is right now. Oh, and on the bullying thing, that don't fly in my Air Force.
You would shoot it down like it's the Chinese. Well, okay.
Thank you. Pam.
Well, I have to say, I'm with everybody. I really appreciate your diagram, because that really put very clearly how I see. I think both you and I have been brought up as ways to wake up the community in a different way. I really feel that stimulus, that term that we got on yesterday about stimuli, waking up a sleepy community will give us more visibility, engage the whole. And I think in our culture right now, it's not just Ojai, it's the United States, it's the world, it's the planet. There's so much divisiveness and division, and us versus them. Art is one of those ways that you can bring people together with projects that make them come together as participants, as experiential, visitors to a project. I just see so much opportunity in terms of healing our town, healing our artists, bringing opportunities for everyone. I actually, in my early dreams this morning, was formatting our report into some really beautiful document. So I don't know where I am at that, but
Are you volunteering?
I guess I am, because I saw it. Yeah, well, I think it was spiral bound, but it had a lot of graphics in it. Anyhow, yeah, I see us stimulating a sleepy community. I see us doing more visibility, becoming more visible, and more visible not because we're forcing it on people, but just because we're showing up more. You know, that when we have something of value to present, we will be more visible. It'll just be obvious. Oh, the Arts Commission is doing something. Oh, this and that. So, yeah. And I just like to create a lot more opportunity for creative things to go on in town. Besides that, I didn't think about it much. I was stressing on the art in the park a little bit this morning, but besides that, just wanting more local
I was the president
efforts.
of the music festival. I didn't even think of it when I was thinking of economic impact.
Yeah.
And there's a multiplier. I mean, it's going to be bigger than the inn, you know, the economic impact of arts in the community.
I mean, most communities find that. So Otis, the art school in Los Angeles, undertakes an annual assessment of the economic value of the cultural sector to the city of Los Angeles, and, well, I guess the county, the community of Los Angeles, and it is enormous. It dwarfs really everything else. Before we move on, and maybe this is a transition,
Yes, but I want to circle back to Valerie because she made a point, but I wanted to make sure I get a complete check-in from her if there was something else, because I felt like you presented one aha, but I just wanted to know if there was something else that.
I think at a later point, when we're talking about public art, we can put it into an equation, how it would work.
All right. Public art as well as the manifestation with the calls.
It's different than being a stimuli.
Okay, so let me put that separately.
It's an equation, so.
Got it. Okay, so there's the public.
Can I put words back in your mouth about the money? The money thing?
What?
Did you want to mention the money? You were talking about
Yeah,
budget and money.
she came in and said, hey.
That was earlier about the.
Well, that was before the meeting, so I want that to go on the record if you still feel
Yeah.
strongly about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Point. Thank you.
for the great teams that, for any great team, we need capital resources or money. We may be a great team, we may be great players and have an invite to go play in England, but how are we going to get there? What are the resources to get there? Are people going to sponsor us? Can we get donations? Where's the money coming from? So I really feel that the Arts Commission is driven by our resources, whether they're money from the city that we get, from donations for percent for arts, and all that needs to be taken into consideration with our great team.
yeah, it's like you can't have a swim team if you don't have an Olympic-sized pool.
Right. Okay. So that, yes, thank you, Smitty, for recalling that. Okay, now, transition.
So what I think for a transition, not to put you on the spot, Nigel, but you did a really impressive listening tour when you took over as chair to get a sense of, well, to take the temperature of the community as you were thinking through what we need to look at going forward. Would you talk a bit about that? I mean, not, you know, in as much detail as you would like, but I think that's
just
really
a
interesting.
brief
for
overview
us.
of it. It's I thought, and I still believe, that the Arts Commission, although that's clearly changing and it will change significantly over the next year, existed just because it was there. That it was separated from the community. There was no real connection between the Arts Commission and the community, and so I decided to go speak to stakeholders. I spoke to about 30 people in the community, artists of all stripes, actors, musicians, writers, and spent quite a lot of time just listening. And the question that I asked all of them was, what do you need for the Arts Commission to be? And the answer was pretty uniform. We need it to be an incubator, and we need it to be our friend. The overall consensus was that, as I mentioned yesterday, that the Arts Commission was a negative for the arts community in this town, that it was an inhibitor to actively support the arts in this town. It was an added layer of bureaucracy that people didn't want to deal with, so they didn't want to engage with the Arts Commission. Mm-hmm. With regards to public art, which is the majority of what we do at the moment, then people who were responsible, the 2% for the arts, and they had to build something or donate some money, then invariably they would prefer to donate the money because then they didn't have to deal with the Arts Commission. Those who did create some art had a huge amount of problems with completion of the art because of various bureaucratic hurdles and how the code was being interpreted, and a single person deciding whether it was acceptable or whether it wasn't. And so, in short, I came away believing that the Arts Commission was not fit for purpose at that time, and it hasn't been for quite some time. It was basically a club where people who wanted to feel important sat on a commission appointed, and they didn't do a whole hell of a lot apart from feeling important and understanding that they had the weight of the city behind them, because mostly the city, to Smitty's point yesterday, didn't really care what the Arts Commission was doing. Not only does the community not know the Arts Commission exists, the council doesn't really know it exists either, which is a shocking statement. The only reason the council knows the Arts Commission really exists is because of what happened in 2020 and 2021. Otherwise, they just want it to go away. So you talking to Betsy this past few days, and Betsy checking in on our last meeting, for me was actually two huge things that made me feel that we had made progress, albeit minor. You including Betsy in this conversation and bringing her voice here indicates to me that we're moving in a forward direction in a positive manner in bringing the council into the Arts Commission positively. And if we can do that, then we can do all sorts of stuff to impact the community. If the council doesn't know we exist, there's no reason for the community to know we exist. And I think that we need the council to hold us accountable for what we're doing as well. So when we've gone through this 5-year process and we actually have that plan, then it would be very nice for you and Christine to go to the council and present it to the council and say, this is what we're doing. Pay attention to us and make sure that we're following through. And then we can go to the community and say, look what we're doing. And we have this active support of the city council. There's always somebody from the city council who is allegedly our liaison. They don't always show up to the meetings, they don't always check in, and they certainly, in my experience, have never contacted me directly to see what was happening, because we didn't matter. We need to matter. We need to matter to the community, and the only way we do that is to engage with the community. So I've got off track a little bit, but the whole point was that we should be doing a whole lot more listening to the people who are our stakeholders, and try to positively activate what they would like us to do and be. Now, the danger with that is that you can be broken into a million parts, and you're actually completely and utterly ineffective because there's so many broken parts. So, again, once we have this 5-year plan, we can stay true to our goal and still help the stakeholders at the same time, because we'll have parameters in which we can operate and operate effectively. I'm pretty much done anyway.
I totally agree in the listening, and I received a email from one of the Ojai winners. She didn't feel she was in the correct demographic to to show up or to make a comment, but I'd like to read what she said and for us to listen. I recommend something like a weekly short piece in the Ojai Valley News, not the agate type listings, maybe agenda type listings, but a 2 to 4 paragraph update on either past or future projects, possibly including a photograph. Something weekly, even if a simple bio would whet the public's curiosity. And that is by Libby.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with that. Short of the time frame, I think a weekly thing is far too often for it to be effective. People just skip over it in the end. But certainly once a month thing. And in fact, I did have conversations with somebody at the Ojai Valley News about 6 months ago about us putting something in the newspaper every month as well, post-meeting. And they were very open to that suggestion. So that's something that we can do and we should do. It's simple. You're talking a couple of hundred words, and they would publish that, I'm pretty confident. But yeah, that's one way to get out, but we also need to understand that a lot of people don't read the Ojai Valley News. And so there's a lot of other avenues, but that one certainly shouldn't be ignored.
You know, I think it would also be helpful if we had an annual report to the City Council about the accomplishments of the year, because not only would it force us to be accountable, but it would also make us think throughout the year of, we have to have something that we've done to present. Like, I think the last 3 years, obviously there was COVID and many other things going on, but you know, you sort of look over the landscape of, well, besides the grants, what else happened?
So there is a yearly scheduled joint meeting between the Commission
Okay.
and a report that is not necessarily required, but at least I don't think it's required, but it's traditional for the chair to go and report to council, and maybe the vice chair to go as well in public and explain what's gone on. That certainly hasn't happened the last few years because of COVID as well. But these things are actually in place, they're just not being done.
Okay.
I want to give.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
I want to make use of your creative and productive thinking. So there's a section here for ripe, low-hanging fruit, and that's something to do with. So if there's something that you guys all just say, oh yeah, we should just do that, that's fine.
Yeah, the annual report, and
I might try to make, agreeing with Valerie, but make it broader. You know, our communication from the commission has to be about how we've fulfilled our mission, and build that from big down, you know, so that we don't alienate.
But it should be exciting
sculptors.
too.
Yes.
I mean, it should be, you know, like when she said have pictures or it should be more than we met on Thursday and discussed. It should be like we're doing this and be very engaging.
Right.
and also because of the grant recipients. So let's say we don't have everyone who receives a grant, whether it's in the last year or in the last 10 years, that is valid. It would be part of like Arts Commission news, I would think, because they are stakeholders. So I really feel that there is a wealth of content. It would just be a matter of managing it and placing it. I know that for the Ojai that we received enough Ojai that to run every week. A little Ojai if there's nothing else to put in, and I think that would be a great opportunity for the community.
Let's think of the hows of this a little later. We can work those, and you guys can work those off sides. I want to make sure to capture it because they're great ideas, and they're relevant, and as we come up, you're going to have them.
Invite an artist like we did for the haiku or a presentation. Nigel started it to every commission meeting.
Artists, oh nice.
And council, just something to get
You know, we could
people in the room And then we should have something maybe quarterly, monthly, every council meeting, even if it's just a 3-minute public comment from a commissioner. Hey, just letting you know this is happening.
What if we had, as Valerie said about a little thing in the newspaper, that every month we had the artist organization of the month? Like they would come in, give us a report, and then we would make note of them in the newspaper so people would start realizing, oh, there's a nonprofit over here. Like I just found out that the pottery, not Fire Stick, but the other one was a nonprofit. I didn't know that, the Fox Street.
I think those are the hows, but, I think she's looking for these
Yeah.
But it's a-
quickies.
Well, monthly, an
Yes.
artist of the month or an art organization of the month.
Right, art something, arts, an art feature,
An art feature, yeah.
art.
So with-
Featured artist of the month.
Might not, the chicken and the egg is, as Nigel had mentioned, we have to show our value first before people are going to spend their Tuesday coming to, or Thursday coming to speak with us.
So I think there's certainly some low-hanging fruit in what I'm about to say. I think historically the recipients of the grants come and make a request for a grant, and then we never hear from them again until it's done. What I had suggested previously was that the ordinance or the requirements of the grant are rewritten minorly in order that we get an update from the grant recipients every few months, once a quarter. Depends when the final product is actually required, but nonetheless, at some point we get a report, and at the end they have to come and report back as to how everything went, preferably with some sort of visuals. If that were to happen, you can schedule those reports such a way that every month you have something ready-made for the newspaper. In this manner, the community can actually see, without us doing anything else extraordinary, like going out to find an arts organisation and interview them, that we've actively done something and it's having an impact in this environment. And it writes itself. So there's a manner to do that just through the arts grant program that we have already, by just adding a couple of extra requirements to receiving the grant. I understand there's issues with that, possibly, with regards to adding to other people's burdens, but I don't see it as a burden if you're receiving funds from the Arts Commission to come and tell us what the heck's going on. I don't see that as a burden. You come in to ask for the money in the first place, so I'm sure you can find another hour in your life to come and report on it at the half point throughout the grant process, and then come and give us some sort of report with some easy, nice visuals at the end of it as well, and tell us who was impacted, did you achieve your goals, this, that and the other. I don't see that as a problem. But that resolves the issue of having something positive to put in the paper constantly. You don't have to search for it, it's right there in front of you.
You guys have a lot to offer, and there are going to be so many as you continue.
Low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit. When they come up,
The
we'll put
mayor
them in.
wants to change the art in the council chambers.
She does? Right now, are you?
All in favor?
Oh, you're talking about city collection?
No, just what's there in the room.
Yes,
All right.
Low-hanging fruit.
yes, the city
We
collection.
change it once a
the-
quarter.
The collection in the chambers. Well, no, I mean, let's
too
be,
low.
let's be clear here, right? I don't think we can change it every quarter, but I do think we could do a bit of rearranging. I think it's
Rotate.
both cluttered. I mean, and things don't make sense where they are. So I'd actually like to take that on. But I think, and I raised this point before, I don't think it's our place to walk around with our little toolkit and our little tack hammer and do it ourselves. These are works that belong to the city, and we need to engage a legitimate art installer to do this. And there are people who are available for not very much money who could certainly do that. And so with that recommendation, I would like to see us do a bit of rearranging with a professional installer.
But conceptually, it's a low-hanging fruit. You
Yeah.
know, we're not going into the hows and whys and who at this point. I think
Oh,
it's
okay,
what
I see.
Noose
Yeah,
is looking
I-
for.
But what she's saying is, I think
But
you're saying
let-
also elevating a
saying let's
quality
be-
of standard process.
But no one in this commission would be opposed to fresh, having a new look, and the council has requested it, you know.
Yeah, my question is, I work with art installers a lot.
Right.
And I also install work a
Right.
lot. So the question would be, how much does it cost versus, the bang for the buck? Like,
Well, if, I would say if you're an installer, and
Mm-hmm.
if you're a professional installer, then let's you and I go do it. But
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is, I am not an installer.
No, I get that.
And Robin, who is listening to us, is not an installer. And the way we did it before, which was to have commission members do it with their own little
toolbox.
toolboxes, was, as I would say, no way to run a railroad. So, yeah.
So
I
here's
would love to-
another low-hanging fruit then.
Right.
Let's make sure this year's budget includes money for doing the things that we do it, whether it's hiring someone or having a part-time staff or, because we have limited resources from the city. Who would be opposed to that? Nobody. So, and that,
Okay, for execution.
so, I
Yeah,
mean,
so
it's-
enough in the budget to cover incidentals like an installer or a printer for a brochure or,
sure. that-
Or I mean, we certainly need someone to go about the conservation issues for public art. So that's going to be a big
It
expense.
seems a much better value than once more just people come in and ask for money and we give them a percentage of what they ask for. If we make a plan and make the council see that we're serious about our mission, but we can't do it without with just volunteers.
Well, I wouldn't take it, if you're implying take it from grants, I wouldn't do that. I would say up the budget because we're showing that we need to do this.
We do have in the budget, I believe, funds allocated for city collection. So that would be city, because we would be,
Well, definitely, I thought it was taken out of, well, we'll figure out the budget, but certainly, that's where it would come from, yeah.
I think Christine's larger point, and this is low-hanging fruit, and it's been, you've been consistent about this for a very long time, is that there appears to be confusion between what is the responsibility of the city and what is the responsibility of the Arts Commission. And if I understand what you're saying correctly, on a little slightly deeper level, it's not about whether we're getting a hammer and nail and hanging up some art on the wall. It's about who is responsible for what, and that we should focus entirely on what we are supposed to do and hold the city council responsible, or the city, for what they are supposed to do, and let them get on with it. Would that be reasonably accurate?
That's a big piece of it, and then the other piece is that when we do something that relates to our art holdings, we have to use arts professionals to do it, conservators, installers, et cetera.
So in short, we should worry about what we're supposed to be worrying about.
Right,
Other people
right.
worry about what they're
What
worried
there's,
about.
what
And that
is their
allows us more
purview.
energy and focus to do our job.
yeah, another low-hanging fruit would be for a commissioner, arts commissioner, to show up at the city council meetings to do a commissioner report at every city council meeting.
Regular, I would say. That's every 2 weeks.
I think visibility is going to be one of the focus areas, and you're going to have probably a lot of things that you want to be visible. And so I'm just going to write arts commissioners present and visible, and then you're going to have, and I'll put council, but it's going to be a lot of things, I think, coming from you guys.
Well, we had talked previously about having a list of all art openings of all descriptions in town, and ensuring that one of us was there
I think that's a good idea.
at all the times, and if more of us were available, then that's good. Even just having Brown Act.
Oh, I'm just,
Oh.
I'm just trying to keep it brainstorming about something low-hanging, meaning there's no
No brainer. You
no
can do
need
it
to
now.
even discuss, you know what I mean? So when it turns into discussion, then
So
almost,
we're not going into action items. I'm just saying that when you're saying, oh, well, slam dunk, we'll put it on there. You guys have a lot of action items. We're going to go there. And this next section doesn't have to be big because you've actually covered a lot of it. But it's just what's the situation. So it may be that, what's the state of the art, what is, what's the current situation now. For example, they don't know us, or some of this that who was it? Was it the city council that said what we need is a friend and an incubator?
No, that was just a general consensus
In general, okay.
of artists and community.
That was a really good recap of your list.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that there's
Community.
low-hanging fruit there.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to,
Pardon?
yeah. But
What?
that's definitely, I'm sorry, I don't see low-hanging fruit there. It looks like a lot of work for us to gain trust in the community.
Right. So we're going to place in the agenda, where we're talking about the situation. We're stepping out of low-hanging fruit. I put this here because you're going to think of something and you want to just jot it down so that it's visible and evident to all of you, and it doesn't bear discussion.
And it gives us a quick success too.
And you get
which I'd
quick
like.
wins, exactly.
Can I add? Because
Yes,
I
yes.
seem the only one who's like finally detailed here. How about I saw some conflicting stuff where the way we conduct our meetings. One place I saw an ordinance that says we can do it as we see fit, and if not, you have to use, it wasn't Roberts, but it was something else, Rosenberg. And then here I find it says Roberts, and that's how all commissions have to go by that. But I would like to just make our meetings more.
I believe we're actually Rosenberg's. I think that's wrong.
Well, the one that says Rosenberg says we do it as, I don't have it in front of me, we do it as the commissions, in effect, the commission will decide how they run their meetings, and in default, it would be Rosenberg. But there was some, I think, though, we've been too formal, and would anyone object to less formality at the meetings if they're efficient?
I think we have to have that baseline.
Well, if we don't,
I would prefer less formality, certainly. I think we've got so much work to do. It strikes me as silly to be calling people commissioners and so on, and having to take individual votes instead of yay nays on matters that aren't controversial. So I would like to streamline much of the so that we can focus on the substantive stuff.
yes, may I? Because I found it, except as provided in this chapter, section 4:16-106. The commission shall, this is specifically Arts Commission, the commission shall have the power to prescribe its own rules of order and procedure. 3 members, shall constitute a quorum, simple majority, and then it says, in the absence of specific rules of order and procedures, the conduct shall be governed by Rosenberg. So,
Yeah, I think it's dangerous to remove the bumpers.
do what?
It's dangerous to remove the bumpers. The formality you can dump,
It's
that
just-
doesn't matter, but
let's come up with something with bumpers. Maybe this isn't low-hanging fruit.
I don't think it's low-hanging fruit.
Okay,
Okay, so
okay.
filling it out. I just wrote it, but it doesn't have it.
Uh-huh.
It's not highlighted. So you guys are going to work it out. I think once you have your focus areas, you can probably, an intrinsic structure is going to indicate itself to you as you see, as you get clear on what
I do
your
want to
focus-
put Brown Act training.
Brown Act training, yeah.
Yes, it's
Yeah, well,
required, but let's do it as soon as possible so we really understand it. It's like impeding, I'm afraid to send emails because the previous leadership.
Robin, can you hear us? Robin?
Yes, I can. I caught a little bit of that.
Yeah, do we not have Brown Act training every year?
We haven't had it since I've been here, and I've been here for about a year, but we can certainly arrange that. And I did send over the PowerPoint from the Brown Act training, which is what it's based on every year. It's very comprehensive. If you
Well,
want
the attorney leads it, and it's, I attended it 2 years ago, and my understanding is everyone in city government is required to do it every 2 years. And I think it's done in May. I'm going because I'm the only one that seems to have that institutional memory. And it's very interesting especially when you can ask the attorney direct questions that apply to us rather than reading this broad thing from the 1950s or whatever it is, or 1890s.
Well, it was done on Zoom last time, if you recall, which was part of the problem. Because you can turn it on and not bother watching, which is what I'm sure most people did. But I think what would be nice if it was in person. That resolves a heap of problems.
Yeah, I think it's important. I've never done it, and I think that most people who claim that certain things are governed by the Brown Act don't really understand the Brown Act, which is an open meetings law, a creature of, I think, the 1950s. So yeah, I think it's important, and I don't think it's low-hanging fruit. I think it's a part of the tree itself. It's what governs us, and so yeah,
Table stakes.
we definitely need to get that. Will you take care of that? Get
Yes.
the city attorney to give us a training?
You agree that's low hanging, that it needs done?
Well, I think Robin can just deal
Yes,
with that.
Smitty,
and
we
go.
can talk about that and we'll make that happen.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah,
Valerie, you have
another low-hanging fruit, since it's very low-hanging, our brochures are designed, they could be printed ASAP, and yes, they will always need to be updated, but I really feel that's one important, valuable educational part of public art with the community, and we could print them ASAP. And yes, we do need them, because in August of last year, there were only a handful left.
You guys are out of brochures.
Yes.
We covered it, yeah. Just needs done.
Is the
If
art,
anyone's
does the
listening.
artwork exist already?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just the tour brochures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I have access to many inexpensive printers.
Yeah, Carlos Grasso had did the artwork.
Okay.
And so it should be, so is it printing? It's been printed?
Robin?
Yes, I have been looking for that artwork. I do believe we have it. I just got access to some files that have a lot of good stuff in them. So we can get that to the printer, and it's not going to cost very much. If you folks have somebody that you would like to use who is more local, let me know. We can talk about that offline.
We trust you. All in
Yeah.
favor?
Yes.
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 Okay, we will print.
But we do like local.
And how many do we want printed? Do we want 3,000?
Oh, no, I don't think that many. Do you?
Well, when you have, when they're spread all over town and you have one event.
Can you guys work offline
Yes.
for the details?
I have some low-hanging fruit for you.
All right.
Okay.
Complete the videos for the art walks.
And the ones that have been completed, they do need editing with credits for the artist. When you come up to the artwork, it should have the credit to the artist.
The city and the council actually approved it the way it was, so that just, Luis handled that at the time.
That would be my recommendation.
Because it was actually, we changed a lot based on what the
Is that
staff and
another
the city
situation
came
where
back.
it's
So it's
done as it is,
It's done
and
as
to
it
do
is,
it
yeah.
more
Next
as-
ones, if there's something you want to see.
next one will
just-
be better,
Yeah.
like the brochures improved?
That was just a
different.
COVID thing, trying to do something for the people that, when they can't.
I mean, in
together.
general, I agree with Valerie that artists are entitled to attribution and integrity, and it seems that it wasn't done last go-round, but if it's overly expensive, let's just make certain that it's done properly going forward. And if there's a way to simply fix the credits with a credit roll at the end, let's take care of that, rather than interlineating the videos themselves. But I agree, credit to artists. I mean, if
Every
we are
artist
to
is
do, if
credited
we are to do
in the dialogue.
anything, we are to honor artists' copyright and credit.
Yeah,
I think we're
unsure.
falling into a meeting here instead of.
Just a quick note. I'm unsure of the format, but in iMovie, I do iMovie's videos, and it's pretty simple just to put a little title in films that are already made. I just think that when you come up to the sculpture, you have the name of the park, but you don't have the name of the artist. And being an artist myself, that's
We
just
should
mandated.
honor artists, right?
Yes.
We are the Arts Commission.
I'm sure that's a core value for you guys, so whoever's doing that will probably do their best to do that. There's an old saying about falling down a how hole, and I don't want us to do that. How hole instead
That's
of
really funny, HOW.
HOW
That's a good
is
one.
pun
How are we
on
going to
hell.
do it versus,
It's a pun on hell. In any event,
Really.
what I want to invite us to come back to the state of the art. So this is kind of what we used to call a SWOT analysis. It's like, what's the situation? What's the opportunity? What are the threats? What's our so we just want to take a snapshot. We're going to look around and say, what is the situation that we're going to dream the solution to? And we've been talking, and we've got the engine. The solution engine is like, all right, can we do now? Can we get it done? Because we have that. So that's great. Keep the engines running, because we're going to use all that rocket fuel, that jet fuel. And each one of the things you said elevates your value. So everything that you said is useful beyond just the task. Let us just take a little picture of the current state of the arts, here, of the situation, of the demand, of the desire, of the need. And is there research or input needed? What's just characterizing some of the basic opportunity as you see it, and maybe some of the challenges.
And the needs, I did a bullet point of needs, the basic nuts and bolts from my experience of the last few months, and
Bring them
is
out.
this a good time to bring them
Sure,
out?
bring them out. Show it. But don't stop talking because she's pulling up Post-its.
I thought Nigel's recap of his listening tour provided a good state of the art of the arts, and so I thought that was really good in terms of what do we need, what's the perception, where should we be?
Should I put them over here and then look at my room?
Yeah, that's a good place. Thank you. So the perception, the sense of negative, inhibited, a lot of hurdles, difficult to complete things. Prefer to give you money so I don't have to talk to you. And be an incubator, be our friend from artists. Who did you speak with, Nigel? Can you tell the listening tour?
30 people, and I promised them that I would never use their names again.
Of course. No, of course, yeah. So just
They
give
could
us a
speak
sense. Pardon?
in order that they could speak freely,
Yeah.
and they did.
And what Nigel said, it was approximately 30 people across a wide swath of the arts in the community.
Nice. So that's some valuable research that you're bringing in.
I don't think anyone's surprised at the table. Right.
Well, it wasn't listening to it. It wasn't a talking to it. There was really only one or two questions I asked, and then just sat back and
Yeah.
listened.
Uh-huh. So there was energy for it.
I am
No,
ending
you're
up,
not
I am
in my
ending
way.
up on
You're
the
good.
patio.
You're good.
Valerie, I'm going to ask you to, because I don't want to tasks. I want to, if you could give us the
needs?
headline. Yeah, the headline of what you're perceiving.
So in public arts, the needs, the catalog needs to come up into this century with being on a software app that's integrated into a website. The maintenance of the public art and city collection tours. This is what we've already have, docents, brochures. We could do some new tours that would, future, PR, public relations, CAPA, we have grant writing state, this would be something that is new. New public art projects are here. City collection, the needs are the exhibits and the outreach, donations, the contracts that we have for the art that comes in, the receiving, how it's reviewed, the storage of it, installation, stakeholders. So this is all public arts
What do you mean?
needs. The stakeholders for like public arts, like who are the stakeholders for for public arts and reaching out, like people that have private properties that have public art
outreach,
in their
outreach
in
and
their-
connection,
You know,
okay.
maybe there's more people, private businesses that want to do their own private public art. And then the grants, this is another section. So for me, it's like the Arts Commission, we have two fundings. We have the public arts and we have the grants. And so the needs of the grant is the applications, the calendar, so the review, PR awards, outreach, workshops, and then again, grant writing, state and nation, and then integrating the grants in the website. So these I feel are like the nuts and bolts of things that we need to be doing, that need attention.
Thank you.
But there are some new things in here, which is the software app and the grant writing. But pretty much else is basically nuts and bolts. And then there's one for awards.
Can I highlight this?
Sure.
Software and the grant. Okay, you guys have already mentioned this.
Yeah, I mean,
Valerie,
I think,
Go ahead.
I think Pamela's plan for the grant writing symposium is a good idea to get us moving on the grant piece. I
I'd
think
like to
that's
see a series of grant writing, copyright, art consultant, contracts.
and art consultants,
It-
right.
The idea is to have seminars that enliven our artists and make them expand.
Right. Knowledge is power.
Mm-hmm.
And knowledge is key.
And then, this is still the annual fund, which is very fluid. Whereas public art is more concrete, our foundation for the city. But within the city fund, the annual, we have competitions, the lifetime achievement, the Hope Fraser, and then the needs or tasks that go along with it.
Now, are we still doing mentorships? Because, we're talking about seminars, maybe that's in lieu of mentorships this year, I'm not sure, but I know we have a certain amount of money to spend before a certain time, and
What I want to do is I want to put this, because this is really good material for the tasks at the end. And so so I'm going to say it does two things. One is it elevates areas that you're observing are feeling like there's a vacuum. So I'm going to put them here for when we do tasks. These are good. And we've done a lot of useful work. So it's going to be helpful. And so a lot of so the key themes I'm seeing here are communication, connection, outreach. What's CAPA?
The Committee to Improve Public Art.
Okay, so clarity around public art.
It's just a
Arts
statutory
Commission.
requirement for an additional procedural piece
Okay,
for public art.
so public art.
Yeah, Smitty, you have to get going on that.
All right, city collection. You've already put that on low-hanging fruit. And funding.
Another low-hanging fruit is the, and I had asked it to go on the agenda, and then is we need to to consider making an adjustment with just one word on the grant application. And I think the grant calendar is also a low-hanging fruit as far as it coming out sooner. But with the adjustment for the grant, rather than making the requirement to have a matching grant, to make it a recommendation. That would be the only change that I would consider us to update so that it be more available for individual artists to apply.
The matching funds can be in-kind donations. It doesn't have to be financial contributions. So
Right, but just make it a recommendation rather than a mandatory thing.
But didn't you raise that last time? Let's just get it on the agenda for the next meeting
it
so
is
we
on
can
the
be
agenda.
done with it.
Yeah, I raised it, but then I'm like, oh, don't put it on the agenda because I wasn't going to be at the following meeting and I wouldn't be able to discuss it.
Well, let's
so,
have it
Can
in
you
the
yeah.
March
remind me
meeting.
Okay,
what
good.
Yeah,
what
where
part
are
of
We're
our-
going to come
where are
back.
we
We're
here?
going to circle back. So this is what happens when you have a lot of energy. Is you want to solve it, and Valerie went home and did a lot of work with and consolidating some solutions in a very practical way, which is a great contribution to the next steps, and also to the need for outreach, knowledge sharing opportunity. What are some of the, and funding, I mean, need more budget. So we're looking at, that's a great idea. Absolutely. Let's take 5.
we back, Robin?
Yes, you are back.
Thank you. We're getting, this is,
No, it's me. Thank you. All right.
stay at your board.
There we go. Okay. Okay, folks. I'm going to take a little journey.
Music just ended, or did you?
No, I ended it. I'll pick something else. Thank you. We all live in Ojai. Has everybody done an active imagination, visualization of some sort in their lives? Anybody? Anybody not? Okay. All right, so good. I just wanted to, right, the artist trying. Okay, so the roots of this, Carl Jung worked with the psyche and the collective unconscious, and what he looked into, this is kind of a depth psychological thing, and in cognitive neuroscience, it's the kind of metacognition, unconscious, subconscious. We have a whole slew of intelligences within us. Some are conscious.
Start walking over there and see.
Some are some are conscious. Some are paraconscious, metaconscious. It feels like intuition. Feels like so. I want to draw from everything, and for visionary work, that's useful. Some of it is pre-verbal, preconceptual. It's not working. I'm sorry, I'm having some mic issues.
We could
Gonna
hear
try
you.
one more thing.
It's going in and out.
Oh, it's down here. I think it just,
We heard that.
I think perhaps if you attach it to the top of the neck.
it was under her collar.
Yeah.
It wasn't on top.
Well, there you go.
I think you're there. I knew so.
Ta-da.
But
Okay.
it's not a great mic, is it? And that's the problem.
That's a good mic.
It's a rubbish mic.
All right.
If it was
No,
good, it would
no
be
more.
all
I, I have a question,
Yes,
like
please.
a pre-question.
Thank you.
Because there's a diversity of interpretation of what we're supposed to be doing. And for me, I would love to have clarity with our role as the Arts Commission. Are we only doing public arts and grants and the awards, or is this commission open to the stimuli and call for other things?
Valerie, if we first imagine what we actually want to do, then when we come back and say, if so, then, how would we do it? It would be easier to answer those questions than now, because now we haven't actually imagined it. And so I want to benefit from your actually taking the time to imagine what's possible.
So Noose is saying trust the process, and I'm there to trust the process.
Is that okay? Can you?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, but
Yeah,
put
that's
it
fine.
down so it doesn't go away, because I want you to leave it for this particular segment. Okay, so that's a question. Put it over there. Let it go, please. Thank you. Okay, so the idea is you all have lots of intelligence. Some of it is nonlinear. Some of it, all of your normal styles are part of your intelligence, but the other part is and comes in different frequencies. There's tons of research on how that works. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to, and I'm going to put some music on. Just let yourselves go off on your own personal journey. In fact, I'm going to start the music. Okay, so imagine we've got lute players. That's all right, there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to imagine that anything is possible. Now, anything, your mind may come in and say, oh, but what about this, what about that? Say, thank you, critic. Take a nap. This is nap time for our critics. We really want to think, okay, what if I am in touch with the heart of Ojai? The heart of Ojai that is thirsty for art, that is thirsty for the vibrance of aliveness at every level, at every generation, generational level, at every age. So let us get in touch with that essence of the potential in Ojai, the potential of arts. There's a cultural calling. Everywhere around the world, art is that which stands the test of time and tells of a people. When countries take over other countries, they take their art, we get it back, because that holds this essential material. So you're a commission for the arts. What if you're so in touch with that potential that, let's say, we go out into the future and that potential was met, that this body actually nourished, sparked in the ways that were substantive, in ways that actually did reawaken that community to bring its many, many voices of art in a way that felt like a friend, in a way that incubated and nourished and flourished, a flourishing arts manifestation in many ways, more than any of us imagined in Ojai. So I want you to take a little bit of time to let yourself go there. And just look around. What's it look like in the schools? What's it look like amongst kids? What do they feel like? What do they behave like? When you walk around town, do you hear music coming out of the establishments? Do you see art? Is it changing? How do artists feel? Which artists? People who come into the city, people who leave. There's a feeling. What's it like? Leave you to the privacy of your own minds for a little bit to really explore. Go to the different places. Maybe it's in the morning, maybe it's in the day, maybe it's at night. Lots of venues. Go to the places you don't usually visit. And it's vibrant, it's nourished, it's attractive, healthy. And there's a commission that was a catalyst for this. Continue your journey, and I'll call you back in a little bit. But just explore. This is your research. You're going to find some allies out there. You realize that resources and supports were in places that were surprising, that you didn't expect. What's it like when everything's connected? People feel connected, aware, informed, learning. There's vibrance. In the many voices of art. We're going to come back, but as we do, we're going to notice, we're going to bring back our insights and our genuine experience of what is it like. when you're ready. I'm going to come back and ask us to share some of that dream. So what is Ojai like when arts are vibrant, supported, connected, nourished, catalyzed, befriended, incubated? Your turn. Yes.
I was seeing actually a place, like a university. No, brick and mortar. Really, I was seeing and I was walking down the hall, and I saw like a studio over there where people were doing this, and over there I saw, the sculpture guys making a mess. They're the messiest guys. And I went down the hall a little further, and I saw the IT office where the guy was like working on the website and stuff. And then I went down a little further, and I saw a coffee shop, where people were kind of gathered around, blah, 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 just free thinking. And then, then there was the big 500-seat auditorium where
Sounds like
where,
Chaparral.
where the
I know what's going on.
keep me in my dream here, where this is bigger, where the music festival were doing their things, and then there was the sound studio, and then and then all the little nerdy poets were back in here, and I just sort of walked around, and then Arts Commission was the cornerstone of the building, It was new and modern, but it was just bringing all the people together, but they were all in the same place in some ways, maybe in the coffee shop, maybe, where there was and I was thinking of the Arts Commission just standing back and nodding like a like that proud dad watching a ballet dancer girl, just watching and enjoying and knowing that you just created an environment and you're not going to just jump up and down and feel like you have to introduce everything, because everything had a little sign on the door about what's going on in there. So that was just my vision.
Thank you.
And I wish you hadn't woke me up. Yes, there was a law office too.
Thank you.
So for me, nothing like that. But strangely, no. For me, it was more of a mental thing. So what was going on inside my mind? I was just traveling through Florence, as a matter of fact, and I was trying to imagine what it feels like to live in a city of art that's acknowledged worldwide as a city of art, instead of living in one that says it's a city of art, and how one can make that transformation on a local level so that people are wandering around knowing that they live in a place that is special, not just being told that they're living in a space that's special. So for me, it was a practical exercise instead of a visual exercise of how we get to that place of everybody knows, as against wanting. Still a place.
I'd like to go after
Interesting.
Nigel, if that's okay,
Thank you.
because I was also in Europe. When I was 17, I lived in Aix-en-Provence in the south of France, and they're known for their summer music festivals, which go on all throughout the city. I mean, there's maybe 6 concerts going on every night during the summer. And then also in Venice, they have a similar thing where, there's a concert in the church and there's a concert in the park, and there's all these things going on. But what the city has to do with it is there is a core place where you can find out what's going on where and when. like there's a schedule, like you can, as a tourist, you can come in and say, oh, what's going on tonight, and you instantly can, and it's more than the hub, the Ojai hub. But I would love to see Libby Park, especially the hut, Libby Park more utilized. And one of the things the city can do to support that is, which they've been doing, is waiving the, giving waivers on the fees to rent, the gazebo and Libby Bowl and all these things. If the Arts Commission maybe had a little access to waivering fees on things, I would love to see like a concert series during the warmer months going on. Like at least once a week, Libby Park has pop-up art shows around the fountain. The stores are open a little later. There's music playing in the gazebo, and maybe something after, maybe there's a couple acts, but that and it's a little bit more than an art walk, but it's like a festival on a regular basis where people know that when they come downtown, I think right now, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. Right now, there's a disconnect for a lot of people who live here. They feel like downtown's been taken over by tourists. The restaurants are expensive, and they're foreign. There's no longer a Caro's. There's no longer Cafe Emporium. And I think a lot of the residents feel like they are aliens in their own town. And I would love to see art bring everyone back downtown. That they have reason to come downtown, and it's not going to cost them a fortune, and they're going to go home feeling enlivened and inspired. And they'll see people they know. You know how the summer film festival is, where everyone goes down there and they watch something, and it's free, and we all go, oh, I love this town, Or when you had your dancing on the tennis courts, it's reasons for us to come out that aren't going to cost a lot and are going to engage and connect us. And I think art is always inspiring. It doesn't even matter if it's your style or not. Like when you come out and you see somebody's put their heart and soul into something, even if it's not your taste, there's a sense of awe. Like, really? You spent 1,000 hours on that?
So that's not necessarily inspiring.
No.
So like Pam, I visualized Ojai. Though I lived in Florence for many years. I taught during the summers, so all through the 2000s, I lived for the summer in Florence, which was pretty fabulous. But I visualized Ojai, so I visualized the festivals that we have on weekends, those beautiful spring days, those beautiful fall days, the summer with the films, what the music festival manages to pull off every early summer is, I think, really much of what we're about. First awesome. Thursdays, to see those again and to see those expanded. The museum is beginning to do more outreach into the community. Their BYOB, their Bring Your Own Beamer thing, to do digital art on the exterior walls between exhibitions, I think is really terrific. So I think there are people who are doing things to bring more to bear for the arts and the arts in general. So I think part of our 107 obligation is to work with other commissions, and I hadn't thought of this until Pam was speaking, but one aspect that we could certainly do is to work more closely with Parks and Recreation, because much of what they're doing is arts related, and we seem to be balkanized in ways we shouldn't be. So I think that's a concrete thing that perhaps we should have thought of under low-hanging fruit, but I could see those.
Strangely, I did reach out to the chairs of the other commissions and
Okay.
suggest that there was a monthly meeting between the chairs.
That would be great. So, for the record, Nigel said that he reached out to other commissions for regular meetings, and that seems like a terrific idea.
Maybe a breakfast meeting, like once a month, where there's a representative from each commission, in town that gets together for, coffee and bagels or whatever, and talks about what they're up to. At least it would make us feel connected.
Yeah, connected is a big thing.
Parks and Rec, these parks, that's great. somehow is there a police commission? No.
I think there is.
Planning, that sounds boring. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
No, planning is, yeah.
So it feels very connected, vibrant. How about, so in your visits,
Can I do my
Yes.
visit?
certainly,
Yeah. So I've been visioning before even coming for my interview. So, but while I was just sitting here, the vision that came with the music are children in butterfly wing costumes just floating around Libby Park with families, and there's music and dance and art. And so what comes to mind, it would be like a themed festival of the arts, or all of the arts. Immersive art with my travels that I've been doing around the world. Many cities have immersive art, which is where you experience. There's projections, exterior and interior with music. So I feel like maybe through the grant program, we may want to reach out for some immersive experience art. Bless you.
bless you.
What also came up while sitting here during the visualization was a Chumash Cultural Arts Center, where the Chumash have an area where they can freely educate and do their arts and be a interactive part of the Ojai community. One of the past visualizations I had is a mobile it's an arts mobile, and it's a vehicle that goes around Ojai and goes to senior centers, visits those that are physically challenged in their house. Also connect with maybe help of Ojai to find families that the children or people may need supplies or whatever, and it could be also a mobile music, mobile literary arts. Ventura, I found out just the other week that they actually have a mobile library, but I was thinking of an arts mobile with all of the arts. Let's see. One past idea is a art and craft marketplace, like a designated place where it's not necessarily censored about what's put in there, that if children are making things and whatever, a place to exchange things. And I know that there is someone on Facebook that is putting together an arts marketplace. And yeah, I think we could really do a lot with light, art with light, and that goes into the immersive art. While I was sitting here, the thought of bringing art into Ojai, bringing in artists from around the world to share their works in Ojai, and also to create opportunities for Ojai community to go outside of Ojai and visit places like that Earth House place, the Institute of, whatever, out in
Arizona?
Hesperia,
Oh,
or go to museums or go to where there are places outside. And then I was thinking also, maybe to have some type of thing where with people who do travel and get outside and come back to Ojai to share the arts and the culture that they have experienced on their trip. Maybe that's something that we could suggest to the museum to do something like that, just to bring the world together in arts.
I think it's interesting you were talking about field trips. The idea of coming up with an idea and organizing transportation where people would buy tickets, so it would pay for itself, but people could come together in the community to go to LACMA, for example, or something like that.
But don't we all do that on our own anyway? I mean,
You do, but there's a lot of people in Ojai that don't leave Ojai, and they don't really have the wherewithal mentally to think about, oh, I got to get a bus together, or I'll go with my friends.
We took, the Pixies were in the Santa Barbara Opera, and so the parents had to go. And I learned from that Santa Barbara Opera got 2 new donors from our Pixie group that had never seen opera before, parents, and something else like that. So
There's some people who don't even go to
both
Santa
ways,
Barbara.
they never, because sometimes people come to Ojai to get insular.
Well, I don't know if we need to be planning transportation, but it's an idea that we could help support by advertising it, if somebody else took it
It also
on.
sounds like you're talking about you're talking about making connections, so connections with other commissions, connections with other art groups outside of Ojai, like you were saying in Santa Barbara or LA or visiting. So there's connecting within and connecting outside. And you're talking to this. There's a whole study called A Sense of Place, and the National Trust for Historic Preservation did a lot of work with it. And this sense of, as you're moving through, what is the feeling of a sense of place? And then these are some of the things that you each felt, and you could feel it. You could feel the vibrancy when you're in Florence or when you're here, and you feel the richness of the poets and the sculptors getting together, and the kids when they're dancing in butterfly and ballet, and just that feeling. So as you went there, as you go to this and feel that vibrancy and potentiality. So maybe some people wouldn't go, but maybe some people would. Maybe it's not an arts mobile, maybe it's something else. But this idea of there are people who are out there who may not be connected. So again, I keep hearing a lot of this connecting people to arts and being a vehicle for that.
I
Yes.
just found it interesting that everyone had a place, whether it was Europe or Ojai or imaginary. So I'm curious about your sense. Interesting. That's missing.
I had another idea, and with coming before this strategy thing, is that for me, I would just really love to see in our grants for us, for the city to be able to fund 100% of all applicants, because I think that if the grants were funded 100%, that we would be able to support the richness of what we have in the community to share.
I think that would be great if there were more money. We're back to the budget question, more money for grants, absolutely. I think that's essential. What I'd like to see also is large-scale public art. From the first time I came to this city, I was struck by the fact that, unlike many communities of this size, that we don't have important public art. And I'm not even talking about New York City or Los Angeles, which have vibrant arts offices and enough money to commission large-scale public art. But we're growing our public art fund. I think it's enormously important. I think we need to look at the formula, as we learned from bringing in the person who explained the chart. We know that there's some question as to how that formula is driven, which is why we've got so little money in our public art budget. So that's the main thing I would like to see. Important public art by artists of national and international stature that can bring pride, joy, aesthetic enjoyment to our community. That can be a place of gathering, a place of notice, a place of place.
Yeah, in regards to public art, I've definitely feel that we need something. I wouldn't necessarily call it important, but I would that we need something substantial that maybe is innovative and will have a visual impact when you're entering Ojai. And as far as the public arts funds growing, I believe that it's actually losing money and value as it sits in a bank account. I think it lost about 8.5% with inflation this past year. So I recommend, and also with traveling, with seeing such amazing public art. And I don't know who created it, but it was pretty amazing. And I feel that with the funds that we do have, that it's time to start doing a call and figure out how much we want to delegate, but to just put out a call and see what comes back. That's my recommendation.
Art is expensive. We've got less than 200,000 in that budget, and what I know from 40 years of commission agreements is that you're not getting public art of any stature for the little bit of money we have. So it's an interesting.
I would also question there in terms of when you say, I mean, my mind goes wild, but important international or national artists, we have to think of the town we live in and whether that would be something that would be appreciated by our town, or whether people would just gawk at us and say, what a waste. Like, why did they bring that artist in from Italy when, we have so many artists here, or, that.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and I think this is a really important discussion, and I think it's central to who we are. I don't want to hijack the process to bring it up, but it's just a matter that we should be talking about. What kind of art do we want?
We're supposed to be dreaming here.
Right.
Let's not knock dreams
Sorry.
down.
Can I just ask you a question about that? It's when you're talking about important or whatever other word, we all know what you mean by important. Are you talking about perhaps commissioning an artist to do something, or are you okay with buying something in existence and placing it in Ojai, or both? I'm just wondering how you view that.
I think it could be either. It could be a commission, or it could be an acquisition, a purchase. I don't think it really matters. And we can and should have the discussion about what's important and what's visible and what do we
Placement, where does it go?
Oh, of course,
Yeah.
right.
And with resources, it's, as Smitty pointed out, it's not always money. It's resources. So with public art, you could look outside of the public art fund for resources to support public art
Noosa?
piece.
Yeah, let's
We
dream.
should be
Let's dream
encouraged
here.
to,
Are we
actually,
dreaming?
the 107 public and private partnerships and sourcing other funds. I mean, there are so many interesting questions, and it's not just whether it's a concrete thing or large or small, it's whether something is temporary versus permanent, whether it shifts from time to time, placement, as Pam mentioned. There are ever so many interesting questions within this question.
So I was going to say, one of my dreaming aspects is I would like to see some art created, and it might be a public art piece where a designer or an artist comes in, but then utilizes the community in the creation of it. Like I could see some sort of mosaic where people, the kids and the adults and people come together and create something that unifies us as a town. And
There had been this wonderful, the mandala is one example, but there had been this wonderful piece that was done in 2013. It was Gordon Amata Clark, internationally known artist.
Right,
It was
right.
a temporary piece. It was called the Garbage Wall, and it was fabulous. His widow gave permission to do it. I serve on a board with her, and I asked her whether she would consider giving permission again, and she said, sure, she would need to know. It's done typically, and in many places, with school children, with the community. It could be a huge, large-scale involvement that would put Ojai on the art map.
Right. So that's one of my dreams, is to see something that unifies us. It's a community-based project that, is well thought out before people go wild with art materials. But and the artifact of the experience would be something that we would all have pride in. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that brought to mind when that came up of a wall in Ephesus, the Virgin Mary's wall, where there's fabric and people will like write a prayer on a piece of fabric and then they tie it to the fabric. So the whole wall is just shreds of fabrics. And then I just saw Klaus Peter walk in with the Ojai International City of Peace, and it brought to mind the idea that they have of a peace message board. Like how at the grocery stores there's a bulletin board where people tack flyers, but this is actually a big chalkboard in like a sky blue, and people can write and express feelings of peace, and also bring have artists come in to draw their vision of peace. But it's like a fluid, changing message board for peace, or it could be for anything. You could have a green wall for Earth.
As you're saying that, okay, because I was thinking about the Peace Day celebration, having competitions of instigating competitions. Like I was thinking, having our songwriters submit songs about peace that could be performed during Peace Day. But the idea that the Arts Commission could be the catalyst to do an open call for some act of creativity that then is highlighted during one of the other nonprofit, like the International City of Peace is their own thing, but maybe we could help them by doing an open call for a song of peace.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Or
if we-
art about peace, or who knows.
if we're talking about dreaming,
Yes.
then my dream would be to have some sort of curriculum created based on the public art in town, the functions of the Arts Commission, that was then taught in the local schools. And on top of that, having walking tours that we already kind of semi-have, but to work that into the school curriculum, not that it's not busy enough already, where the kids are walked around certain pieces of public art to educate them they exist. They don't even know they exist. Most adults don't know they exist. But if we're talking about changing the perception of how one feels about the town, Florence being the example where you just know it's an art town when you were born there. You just know that because it is. As against a city that talks about being an art town, which is what we are, then those early experiences go a long way to changing how people feel about the culture of their own community. So,
And what art would you suggest we look at, or these students look at?
well, whatever public art we have walking tours already. I don't think we have to create anything, but we can create a tour of the most important pieces, or the pieces that we feel have most value to the people of that age.
I did have an idea that you just made me remember in regards to docents. The students, they have citizenship, volunteer things they do for citizenship. And I was thinking, as part of it being the educational program, that maybe for their citizenship, they may want to be a docent.
Oh. Student docents, that kind of. That's,
In dream mode here, I would love to see a monthly poster that goes up around town that shows different concerts, music, events. Like we have the second Saturday open studio tours with the Ojai studio artists. Like if that and many other things were listed on some sort of, like formatted poster that every month it changed and was up so people would know. Like I think asking people to go to the city website to find out what's going on, I wouldn't do that. But
So
if I saw,
we'd actually had this conversation a couple of years ago
Mm-hmm.
about getting the city to erect something down at Libby Park or
Mm-hmm.
some other place that has a lot of foot traffic.
right,
In
Like an
order to do
outdoor playbill.
specifically that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a conversation, it never went anywhere. But I'd certainly encourage that conversation to be firmed up, because I don't see a problem with that at all. I think it would certainly add to locals and
Well, would-
tourists'
even
experience
if you
of this
didn't
city.
go, even if you never went on one of
It's
these
happening,
things,
yeah.
if you just saw a list every month that changed of
Feel better about
the different things
town,
that were
yeah.
going on in town
Yeah.
that were creative and artistic.
Yeah, I agree.
And so as you guys are speaking, you're kind of imagining that's up. So there's a list, there's a poster. We're about to pause. Imagine the list, there's a poster, it's up in a central place. There's engagement, and people are drawn to Libby Park, concerts. There's a feeling of a festival. Local people come out, and and it's accessible. It's not, oh my gosh, do I have a budget for this? They're just like, they're drawn by art, the different kinds of art. There's a feeling that art from very early on. If you're a kid here, you're in touch with art. And so you maybe make tours, and you're inspired when some of them even are docents. Early experiences reflect, the experiences, how did you say it? The experiences themselves create artifacts that become art as well. So there's an engagement through experience, which begets art. And so there's that vibrancy, the sense of place. There's also an awareness of the different kinds of art. And so I don't know the place. I mean, maybe, when Smitty, you said that, I put him in chaparral because I was thinking, oh, look at all this. But some place for people to come to, and I don't know if that exists, but anyway, I heard some of that. A feeling of alliances and connections in, connections out. So while connecting inwardly and connecting out to people who are remote or who are a little, or may not feel as included, Chumash, or people who are in their homes, people who are at the outreach, so this extending outreach to the ends of the gloves in the community. So as you hear these things, just imagine, let your picture fill out with the different elements of, and the funding, money from grants, different kinds of funding. You guys, it's a nut to crack. It's not going to happen with one source. So it's a nut to crack. Anyway, art, marketplace, cafe.
4th of July float.
What?
4th of July float.
Okay, yeah, so at festivals, and the presence. You also said earlier, and it's here. Collaborating, yes. Working with other commissions and working with other groups, maybe LACMA or
Engaging the nonprofits.
pardon, strategic
Oh, I
alliances.
was just going to say we could engage the nonprofits in the arts to
Nonprofit.
help co-create something.
Right, so work with other commissions, other nonprofits, arts, like Smitty said, opera, Santa Barbara. You make those relationships and they're fertile. Let us hold that, imagine this world, and while we have lunch, start letting yourself settle with, okay, if so then, what is the art commission's potential here? What might the art commission's role actually be? Okay, and when we come back from lunch, we're gonna take half an hour. Is that okay? Like
Dreaming.
yesterday?
We're going to continue to dream.
We'll continue dreaming through
Drool.
lunch.
Dream and drool.
Yeah, because
Known for dreaming.
the dreams are informed. We've got Florence, we've got all these different mosaics, everything that's come into this. Bring that to lunch, and we'll come back and look. What would it take? Vision. When the pardon? An excited microphone. So
It's working.
we've gone out, we've dreamed of some possibilities. Did lunch produce more than, any other aspects to? Made us sleepy, yeah. All right.
Well, actually,
Yes.
one of the things, as I was walking out, Ray asked, if I had mentioned peace benches for the International City of Peace. And to me, that comes under the idea, when I said collaborative projects where the public is working together,
Yes.
creating things, that comes under the idea that we would partner with these different agencies, supporting them in their ideas.
Yeah, 107 obligations
Right.
to partner with.
But things like this should come before us in real time, not like just once a year for the grant applications. Like if somebody has something like that, maybe it's not like Ray's got this beautiful bench he's designed in mosaic, and it's like, yeah, that's a great idea. Who makes that happen? Does he go to the city to ask, or does he go to the Arts Commission to ask? So there needs to be a protocol when creative projects come forth. I think they should come to us first, and then we send them to city council, because there's a lot of people have things they want to do, but it's not necessarily a grant.
But, it would have to go someplace, so it would have to have a physical place.
Right. Commissions, so it would be a joint committee, you've got Parks and Rec, and you've got,
Historic preservation and planning and probably everyone.
Or even on a private piece of property? Or property could go on a private.
Depends if it's visible.
Communication.
Yeah, then it's a planning question, right.
thing.
With regard to finance and this stuff, you can create as many budgets as we want with the funds that we
Right.
give. But the vast majority of that money goes from into grant.
Nigel, use the microphone.
Technology.
Another idea that was for that was a sculptural park.
A sculpture park. Okay. The location, place.
I'll be back over there. I can use this microphone. Thank you.
Is that, okay, in addition to, so here, where's our map? There, okay. So a sculpture, is that in something that exists, land that exists? What do you
No,
mean?
it does. That's a dream.
Oh, dream,
That's
okay.
a vision.
Okay,
Sculptural park.
right.
Now, I was told by the president of the Carolyn Glasso Valley Foundation that they came, now many years ago, came before the commission and said, if you give us the land, we can do the sculpture park. And, they're a legitimate, knowledgeable, contemporary art entity. And apparently this commission said, we'll think about it, and never got back to them. So maybe that might be a way to raise that question again.
Through partnering, okay. Low hanging fruit,
Well,
right.
again, that's a perfect opportunity,
Partner.
here's a nonprofit, came to us, we made it more difficult than easy.
So,
We have to figure out how can we be supportive and help people get things done versus be the roadblock.
what was
Yeah.
the name of the foundation?
Carolyn Glass,
Well, the answer to your question is just to say yes. And I know that's a base answer, but that's just the truth of it. Is we can always read rules in multiple ways. I don't look at the rules as inhibitors. I just look at them as a roadmap to get to where we want to. Previously, I think those rules have not been looked at in that manner. They've been looked at stepping stones in order to be able to achieve something. So I think we have to have a fresh look at what our mandate is. And unless we're actually contravening our mandate, our default position should be, yeah, let's see what we can do.
And then also with the land that it would be, that would go to city council or public works or whatever planning?
Well, I know that land exists just over the back down here, which has been discussed previously for various different projects. So, and the city are prepared to allow that land to be used, to my knowledge.
I know the Green Coalition right now is working on surveying people to find out what to do with this piece of land back here.
Surveying people.
Well, they're inviting people, the public, to come in and give public comment to how they envision it.
Is there a way, is there some of that that would serve?
It would be
This
it would be
community?
worth the Arts Commission having conversations with the Green Coalition.
So partnering with the Green Coalition to connect with the, okay, so Green Coalition. and
What I would
that's
add,
actually low-hanging fruit.
just generally, is just because that land's available, it doesn't mean that maybe that's the best place for it either.
I agree.
I was just going to say the same thing in terms of visibility and locale. I mean, this land was a surprise to me, and I've lived in this community now for a number of years. So do we want, where do we want the public art is the question.
I'm just going to throw a little flavor thing in here. I found it useful. I thought of it as Nigel was talking, as maybe the language we use when we talk about our constituents is not. We don't say the schools. We don't say businesses. That depersonalizes it. Just think of it more as business people. So it gives it just a little different flavor when you approach someone and, ask how they're, don't say schools, say teachers or students or administrators or
School
something like
people.
that. And it changes the flavor of how you would approach someone when there's a problem. This is a business person. This is not a business. Businesses have money or something, or they, But if it's a business person, that makes you think more like it's someone that goes home and eats dinner and kicks their dog and does all the normal stuff. I'm sorry, I just...
Thank you. Well, you're talking, what you're saying is similar to what came up earlier about the quality of connectedness. So there's also, I didn't make it explicit, but a key element of how you become known is you set a tone. And so to what Nigel said about saying yes and about working with people as people and about seeing the creative potential everywhere in all of them and the potential for partnering, that there's a tone that becomes part of the brand, the feeling, the look, feel. And so when people start thinking of the Arts Commission and they think, oh, the Arts Commission says, oh yes, let's see how we can do that. And they talk to us like people and they say, we're interested in partnering and collaborating and incubating and encouraging. We're a friend to the arts and we support them. We're informative, we're a hub, and we're becoming a hub, and we want to more create more the feeling of something that draws and unifies the community. Artifacts that where your experience with things that we support also beget art. So art becomes informative of itself at every level.
Well, that
So-
really shifts the culture from where it's been, because I don't think the Arts Commission was thought of in those terms. So I think if we do become the Yes Council and the Yes Commission and really support and come from big hearts towards things, I think it'll be good.
That's connecting. Does this sound like what you actually would like to be?
This is what I thought it was going to be. So if it's differently, I hope we can move in this direction.
It's getting more colorful. Is that what you're doing with the orange?
With the orange, I'm just highlighting key
No, but that's
areas,
helpful.
key
yeah.
areas, key theme. I'm highlighting themes. Because each one of these has
That helps organize it
lot
better,
of-
pull it together.
subpoints and a lot of work. But these are areas. Pixies?
Certainly we should be collaborating.
Yes.
Certainly we should be collaborating, we should be partnering, we should be connecting, absolutely. and that's also what I thought we were supposed to be doing. I also thought we were supposed to educate, elevate, and entertain as well. So I think that's an important piece of our mission.
Educate,
Yeah.
educate,
Educate, elevate.
Yeah.
elevate.
That's a better word.
You know, that grants workshop that I'm hell bent on, I really see that as a way to get our artists in town to think bigger, to think beyond
I-
our arts grants.
What did you say, Pam?
No, that's the idea of having the grants workshop. I really want us to teach, you know how they say if you feed a man for a day, he eats for the day. If you teach a man to fish, he eats for a life. I'd really like our
That to
artists.
you on the phone when
Yes, you
right?
did. But I'd really
Educate.
like to see our artists be able to expand beyond the confines of our personal art grants.
Sure.
And our budgets here in town.
You know, I thought of another piece that could be a part of that three-part seminar to make it sort of a four-part seminar and continuing, and that is to have a session on what is art. So, Tom, I just blanked on his last name. I can't believe that. He was the dean for quite some time at Cal Arts, and he does a course on what is art, and that would be really interesting for our community to have. No, it's a very beautiful thing, assuming he'd be willing to do it. Yeah, no. it
Well, we
would
have
be-
a budget right now for arts education, and I would love to see that money directed towards, I mean, we have other things to direct it towards, but,
But community education. would
Community
be a
education.
Great thing.
and I think
yeah.
that would kind of make us more visible too, and get the museum engaged and.
And there are ways also to make a presentation and make an educational experience an experience that's visible and builds on itself. So that you learn. But you can do a knowledge cafe where people then get in little groups and talk about it and then create things. And I mean, there are a lot of creative ways to take one thing and make it generative in multiple directions, which you're at, and some of happy to contribute. Okay, so does educate, elevate, entertain, early experiences, collaborative projects, partnering with other commissions, partnering with nonprofits, partnering with arts organizations in a way that is practical, like breakfast meetings, things that are more less formal but more accessible. Saying yes, bringing the attitude of yes, well, let's see how to do that. Engaging with, working with a vision to create a sense of place that actually feels like art, and the people in it, from the very youngest to the ones who are homebound, to feel and have some pride in the art and feel engaged, feel drawn in by that. So this sense of center, sense of a place keeps coming back. Technology is supportive, so people talk about the little codes and the IT and the data. So the technology is a piece of it. It's got structural underpinnings to facilitate this. The hub. And facilitating this something that draws people out, that's unifying the community in activities that bring the artists out, not necessarily telling them what to do, but the art is creating artness. Money for grants, new words. Money for grants. So you're going to have to, like I said, crack that nut. But there are creative ways to do it. So instead of feeling reduced and limited, you guys are actually looking at this like, okay, well, yeah, that was then. And we have been looking at things in a controlling way, in a dominating way, or in a disparate way, or a limited way. But that's not now, because now we're looking at what's possible. And if we are a yes organization, and if we are an organization that's connected, works with, doesn't have to do it all ourselves, but works toward a vision of this vibrant art community, then what needs to happen? What do we need? What are some of the things that need to do? And what I'm going to do here is, okay, you're working on a 5-year plan. So we can say, what year is it? 23? All right.
I just had a wild thought. This is probably not on this chart, but more on that chart. Has anyone ever thought of having I mean, we're the Arts Commission, but there's a foundation of people like a Barbara Hirsch who thinks of ways to raise money for the arts in Ojai. There's a lot of philanthropists in Ojai. I mean, you're part of the Women's Fund, right? Or there's a lot of people raising
I
money.
actually think I have a sort of philosophical opposition to something like the Women's Fund.
Okay.
But
No, but the idea that having a foundation in town that actually raises money to support the arts, does fundraisers. It's not us, okay? It's not us. So as I'm saying this, I'm not talking about us personally, but people who do things to raise money to give to scholarships or to give to, just primarily to the arts, above and beyond OSA and the Arts Commission.
It was suggested from another community where there is a nonprofit that just raises money for the arts or just raises money for particular things. So maybe there may be an opportunity for a new nonprofit to be, that's what they do. They do fundraising and to support the Arts Commission and other arts in Ojai.
I mean, certainly we should determine from existing entities, the music festival, for example, how successful are they? What are their challenges? Because I think the last thing we want to do when you're fishing in a limited pond is to take from vibrant existing entities. So it's an interesting possibility, but I think we need to look into it more.
Do an inventory of what we have. I just happen to know the Rotary Club has, what do they have, maybe close to, they give over $100,000 a year away to community things, and very often it's art stuff through their community grants, through their education grants. That's Rotary Club. That's the Rotary Club Education Foundation. There's also an education foundation in town just called Ojai Education Foundation, I think they're more
Family
like only have
Foundation,
maybe I don't think they have even 6 figures. And we, I remember we started a foundation at the music festival the year 2001 or whenever. So it would be, I think it'll be one of our jobs is to do a better inventory of all of our stakeholders, and including our opportunities for funding. Ventura, I
There's a
remember
lot
we
of
used to get a gift
redundancy.
from Ventura Community Foundation. The music festival always got a grant from them. It's a bunch of businesses got together and created one big foundation. Ventura
Inventory stakeholders.
inventory is
Yeah, that's an action.
great. Several things we have to inventory, isn't there?
So I have a question for 2023. We have funds that need to be spent by June 30th, and I was hoping that we could direct that with ideas of different projects so that those funds are spent. Do we want to write down what the funds our remaining balance is so we can have an idea of what to project?
Do you have a number that you're
But I think,
holding on?
Yes.
wouldn't that
We
be
should-
appropriate for a meeting? Let's ask
If we
our-
have
It is a
our
meeting.
February
ask our
meeting?
chair.
This starts at the end of this
no,
year.
Our February meeting?
Well,
We have a
think this-
February business meeting?
The March business meeting.
Don't we have a February business meeting?
I believe not.
Well, we have this meeting now.
Yeah.
Let's do
I
what
think
we're
this
here
is
for.
February.
We'll
No,
put-
there's a
Well, when
February
is the
business
deadline?
meeting.
What's you have a sense of urgency. What's what's the deadline that you're talking about?
June.
It's June 30th, so if we, if we wait all the way till March, the end of March, then, we have April, and that's not really giving us enough time to do things. And personally, I travel around the world, and I set my calendar to be here for when the business meetings are scheduled. So I'm planning on being here for the February business meeting. This is a workshop that we're not voting and doing motions and things here. So I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel about that, but we have a whole lot of work to do. So
that we should talk about
ready
that
to-
in a meeting, whenever that meeting is, not now.
So that's
I'm in Los Angeles for all the art fairs so I am not here for the February meeting.
okay.
I'm going to ask you guys to work out your calendars to make your next meeting for when you can make that meeting, and please
Yeah,
put
let's
that
stay
in-
on focus.
on your agenda for that meeting, and just do your best to cover it, because my task is to keep you strategic for just a little longer.
Right. So, but
But that is clearly an urgency.
yes.
Everybody needs to register that.
So under
Yeah.
actions,
Yeah.
we have a balance to spend before June.
Right. Thank you. So there's a balance, and what's the balance?
Let me pull it up.
3,900,
4K?
About
You
4
have the
grand.
paperwork, Smitty.
very close to 4 grand.
Okay,
Right,
about
let's just say
4K.
4,
To spend by,
June.
thank you.
30.
Actually, it's closer to 5,000.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
over 4K.
Yeah, we have 4,000 in education, we have 500 in public art, and we have 300 in the city collection. So we have 800
Okay.
in the
All right,
Public Art
nearly
City Collection.
5K. Nearly 5K to spend by June end. All right, so you guys are going to deal with that. Everybody has a sense of urgency at your meeting.
Although-
But
Well,
it's important.
shouldn't we strategize it now?
I was
No,
gonna-
no,
Why?
because that's not what
Because
this
it's
time
not-
is for.
Right. Because
Valerie, if you don't do this, that will not have a context in which to fall. So this is the context in which those details will fall. You definitely have to do it. It's totally important, so it's not an either or, but it's a framework. So this is a bigger picture, and it falls in this context. But if you don't have the context, you guys are going to be scattered in the community. And that doesn't work. You need to come together. And that's what I'm trying to help you do. So, we're here. Yes.
Well, I was just
yeah,
going to give you an
action.
action.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because and what I'm going to do here is you guys have some actions that you got to do, and you're going to look at what are some milestones that are going to demonstrate success at achieving at creating these partnerships. So you're going to think, oh well, we need to inventory the stakeholders probably
So-
soon.
So
Okay,
in 2023,
yes,
I would like those 4 seminars to happen.
the 4 seminars.
The ones that, like grant writing, copyright law. I would like to take that on and make that happen in 2023.
I would say 23, 24 to be realistic, but let's put a pin in
Yeah,
it.
that makes sense. 23, 24.
And I would
Already
like,
mid-February.
I feel
the
like we
idea-
have
But I
some
could do April.
organizational things that are our priority. And everything else will become easier once we can organize, or maybe we're happy with the way we're organized, but organize around,
That.
doing this stuff here.
Yeah.
And I still feel there's no need to reinvent some wheel. I'd like to do a inventory. I'd like to do some best practices study. I would like immediately, and I'll take this on if no one else wants to talk to some of the other arts commissions that have been through this whole process, and not to find out what to do or what to spend, but just how they organized so that they could be more efficient in making those decisions. So I would like to, as soon as we can,
I think you as
Talk
chair are
to
the
these,
appropriate
yeah.
person to
Yeah.
speak to the other
Smitty.
commissions.
I'd like to get
And
the
I'll-
videos completed for all the walks.
Complete videos.
I'd like to push the city to finalize the website.
I'd like to reformat all the public collection, so it's all unified with images and correct information.
I think it's
Correct.
I
happening.
can-
Correct, public, say that again.
Our public collection, our public art collection,
Uh-huh.
The,
for it to have continuity and formatting in a digital form.
right. And to know what it is, to.
To know what it is.
So it's
to make sure
correcting
it's-
it and cataloging, correct and cataloging?
Yeah.
Cataloging is good
Database,
enough.
yeah.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, that's a good enough description, a catalog.
Oh, how about correctly catalog?
Okay, and then printing the brochure that you were talking about.
For sure, right, you got that. Print. So, and it sounds like the brochure, if I heard you correctly, there's print, but at some point there's the fix later, right?
Well,
don't bring that
that's
up.
not in '03. We
Not
just
03,
need to
okay,
get
good.
it printed,
Print.
and then it can be on the website, and
Okay.
everyone will be
And
happy.
I'd like to, hopefully the commission will want to do the Ojai coup for spring in time for Earth Day, with the announced being Earth Day and educating through the Business of Bees public art sculpture.
I didn't understand
I didn't
that last
understand that.
part.
Still this year.
Yeah, that's
but
for
that's
2023.
So there's some kind of partnering with Earth
Sculpture.
Day?
Yes.
Sculpture.
Okay. So Earth Day partnering.
It's a Ojai coup competition.
And
Earth
maybe-
Day's in April?
Yeah, Earth Day's in April. And
April.
the city's sponsored the farmer's market, $6,000. So it's a city-sponsored event. And they've agreed to do the announcement at the farmer's market if we are going to do this.
So I think that brings us back, though, we're circling back to the question of haiku and what does stimulate mean versus what does create mean, and whether we're actually doing that, and if so, whether it makes sense to pull in a public art component, and has the artist been communicated with. And I think there's just a lot of questions that are interesting questions, but I think they're questions that go for a meeting and a discussion rather than to assume that this is what we're doing.
If we wait for the March meeting, that will not be enough time to launch the competition.
Well, we've not had the competition yet. I think what we need is, in the same way we're developing a roadmap, I think we need an appropriate roadmap for the haiku. And part of the roadmap is buy-in, commission buy-in, and I don't think we've had that yet. And I think it's
Can you feel that?
important.
Do you feel what she's talking about? That there's no buy-in in the commission for this? and
Okay,
it's your
so
project?
if there's no buy-in for the
I
commission.
didn't say
for-
there was not. I asked you if you felt that in this right now.
Well, I'm feeling that, so if it's not going to happen, I would like to know that, because, this could be taken on independently without the commission.
Well,
And that might be the right answer. I mean, my objection has never been to it, and as I said to you yesterday, I think it's very innovative, and I am the last person ever to squelch initiative. But it has to be, in my view, either agreed upon by the commission to undertake, or the commission will support an independent action. And I think that would be, without discussion and full buy-in, I would prefer that this commission would support something that organically comes up from the community to be a community haiku rather than a commissioner, an individual commissioner-initiated project.
What does that look like? Can you help me understand the difference?
I think it's exactly what Valerie said, that it could be undertaken independently. And we have
I see.
so
As a
many,
representative.
all of our grantees, for example, who come to us are doing things that arise from the community, for the community, and come to us to do part of our 107 work, which is to make recommendations, to work cooperatively, to encourage partnerships, to encourage flow of art, to review and evaluate grants. All of that stuff that we do as a part of who we are as charged by the city could be fulfilled by an independent entity that brings it forward with our encouragement and support. I would love that.
So you're saying the yes, let's see how answer to,
No, I think what I'm saying is that Ojai, like any other project within the city, probably doesn't belong on our action in 2023. That's all I'm saying.
and what about partnering with the event itself? Or being a presence at the event itself in an
I mean,
arts
I don't know,
commission way?
if the city comes to us and says, we want to do things, that's, I mean, nothing's been presented to me, and so I have no view of it, and I think that's the case for my fellow commissioners as well. There's nothing on the table for us.
I see. All right. So how do you, yeah, you guys you have to work that out, because if you did something before, whether it's an agreement with where you're going now, you do need to figure out your transition. But there's a possibility, so why don't I say Earth Day or events partnering, and look at your events, because you did say that you want to partner and be a presence at events. So maybe you're going to think about.
Yeah, but I
how
think the
you
issue
do-
here isn't haiku. That's not the issue.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to
Right,
dial it
the
down and
issue,
hear what's behind it.
as I can perceive it, is that anything that this commission does has to be agreed to by the commission formally, and at this point it hasn't.
Correct. Gotcha.
I think that's the issue, and I understand Valerie's point is that times are ticking, but still it has to be formally evaluated and agreed to by the commission as a whole in order for it to be a commission project. As I understand what Christine's saying and Valerie suggested, is that anybody in the community can go support it and drive it themselves. It just wouldn't have the imprimatur of the Arts Commission
And you put
at this point.
Valerie in charge of the literary aspect, and she picked up something, created something that she's running with, and she just needs okay to make it happen in April. I mean,
Yeah, but that has to happen at a formal meeting.
It
Right.
hasn't happened yet, though, so it's.
That's not what we're doing today. That
needs
has
to
to
make it
happen at a
happen.
formal meeting.
Get buy-in.
Or,
You know,
or have the community do it, which would, have it happen independently,
There's-
which
there's-
makes sense as well.
I don't think there's any conversation about people don't want you to do it. That's
Correct.
not the issue. It's the how it's actually done and the process by which it's done. And I know that that's bureaucratic and bothersome. I get it. But nonetheless, that is how things have to go if it's officially an Arts Commission supported event. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the start and the end of it as far as I can see.
And if we did have our scheduled business meeting for February, then we would be on time to be able to launch it.
Well, neither you nor I nor anybody else is in charge of actually scheduling that meeting. We are only required to have 4 meetings a year. Once a quarter is what we're actually required to have. So it's not unusual for a meeting to be pushed or to have no meeting at all. There is no requirement to have a meeting every single month. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have one. I'm just saying that's just the way things are. And there's many reasons why meetings don't happen. And I don't know if the February meeting is going to happen or if it's not. It's not my business. I don't plan it. I'm not the chair anymore.
The meeting is on the city council website as scheduled.
Yeah, but it's scheduled every month just by nature of they assume there's a meeting. So if there's not going to be a meeting, they notify.
Nigel, I'm going to pull it back here just because I know we're in limited time.
But just because it's on the calendar doesn't mean it's going to happen.
But
It's a
there is some
potential
things
of something
happening
gonna
now.
happen.
We're talking about action steps that can or should be taken right now, and they're just being inventoried here. So this
Yeah.
isn't. We're not voting on stuff. I would like. May I pick one? I would like. After we've done this, we need to be able to report back to our boss. So I think we need to have either me or you and me or us
Yeah.
report this to our council and let them know what we're doing. One, I want them to do it
Right.
for themselves as well, and I want to see if they have any excitement about anything in this mission that they particularly want to move us toward. So I'd like to have a circle back with the council as soon as possible, because it's done after today. This is done after today.
And I was going to say, our
Yeah.
grants need to be on 2023.
Grants.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would like the chair, the vice chair to meet with each of the commissioners and come up with a single project that can be completed by the end of the year, that's achievable, that can show victory. So I'd like to see those meetings happen and
I
have
might
a
make it a little
specific
broader,
project.
just, I'll meet with each of you and get your temperature after this. you
Sure.
know.
But to
Maybe you're
have
more
a
excited, maybe
specific
you're less
goal.
excited, maybe you have a new direction or something different you want to do. I can do that individually and
So that's the chair. That's
not
vice
violate
chair.
the Brown Act.
You said the
And I
vice
have
chair
to
or the
say,
chair?
I'm feeling a little frustration here because here we are in February. We have money we need to spend by June. And I'd like to see things get
Yes. But
implemented.
that's tactical, it's not strategic. We're here for this. We're here, where is this going to be?
Okay.
And is what we're doing now going to reach that? And we
Okay.
can't even decide what we're doing now until we know what we're trying to reach.
Okay.
Okay? So this is not like we come out of here today and we
We're running
go-
for our horses and. we're
Yeah, and
gonna-
I want to spend the $4,000 on, a new sound system for the theater or something like that. So if we can, and Noosa is just so gentle and kind, but I'm going to get a little firmer about us, because we can't come back and do this, what we're doing here today again. We can do any
No.
of these other things. We can give all the money back to the city. It's not going to be the end
Well,
of the
that-
world.
No,
won't
it,
I'm just
that doesn't
giving you
work
the-
for me.
But
No,
I'm
we'll-
giving
we'll
you
spend
the,
it.
I'm just telling you but that's the state of the
That doesn't work
state of
for
the
me.
commission. at
Okay,
this
so
We also need to do awards. We need to,
Award?
Awards for,
that's
Talk
for
about
the
what we're gonna
Lifetime
want.
Achievement Award.
and
All
then
right.
Fraser.
That's on the next agenda
Mm-hmm.
already.
All right, what about, listen, let's jump out. How do we know we've been successful? Think about Pittsburgh, think about Florence, think about every place that you know that you've been to. How do you know that you've been successful? What will have had to have happened? What's happening?
100% grant awards to applicants.
Okay.
100% funds.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's just not even possible.
I dream big. and
Well, you
there-
can dream as big as you want, but
but-
if you've got 100 people asking for $10,000, we can't give $100,000 away. It's
you know,
impractical.
Let's say many grants for now.
Or to worthy grants.
What?
Aim high
Many worthy grants. What? What's the way to say it?
for Phil.
I just added worthy in front of your
Okay, worthy.
adjective.
I'd like to
Grants.
see pop-up events.
We don't want a new meth
Fulfilled.
house.
Okay, pop-up events, about when would you say they
I'd like
start?
to see that in 2025 for sure,
Uh-huh.
that we're seeing pop-up concerts, pop-up art exhibits, engaging activities that we've encouraged from the community
Mhm.
and helped promote through
Those
our-
things happen, pop-up events. I mean,
They do.
the Film Society, which is putting on, great films, the Arts Commission had nothing to do with that. Lots and
Well,
lots of
actually, we
events
gave
are
them a
happening.
grant. We gave them a grant for
Correct,
the film
but-
festival, but
So these are
Only
connected.
after
But
they already
having-
proved to themselves.
right, but having things that we've created such a dynamic hub
Mhm.
that people know about things and things are successfully happening.
When do people know about things?
So I
By
think what
this
you
year?
mean is support pop-up events, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Supported.
then I'm on board.
I'd like to see a major public art installation. Major mean, give me the
Here.
dollar amount.
Right.
Make it a firm goal. $500,000.
It-
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Asking you to
at
fill my
a
head.
minimum, and we're nowhere near
$1
that.
million Arts Commission budget?
I don't think, I mean, if we're 5 years from now, I really don't think we can put a dollar on it. I think we can say major, we can say important, we can use those words, but,
Okay. So you see that?
yeah.
It's a stake.
I'd like to see the Arts
Dollars doesn't
Commission
give you much.
be known as a friend to the community,
There you go. At
That
what
would be
point do
great.
people
and
know this?
people seek us
This
out.
year.
Right.
The 2024 would be nice, but I suspect it's not going to take.
Okay.
I'd like to see that in 2026.
No, I-
That's dependent on the people, and they have to respond to what we do.
Can we do it
Yes,
now?
and that's our,
I,
and that's our job. That's
I
right.
think
Attitude, right?
Ojai already paved the way for that.
Okay, arts, I'm going to put it in 24. Who said 20? You said,
I said
Now.
2024, but I want now. I want us to, as of this moment, that we are just perceived differently.
Well,
Yeah.
then maybe we should have it as a continuum across all years, because I think Nigel makes a good point, which is that the point he picked is the midpoint of our 5-year plan. We've got a lot of ramp up to do in order to, A, be known, B, recover from the corrosiveness of the past, C, prove ourselves to be doing things and carry them out, and that takes a lot of doing for a mere 5
You know, the
members.
corrosiveness of the past, I consider that wiped out yesterday, that it's
Yeah,
done,
it's
it's
done.
gone. We
It's
don't,
done.
There's that-
even when you said 2020, I didn't know what you were talking about, you know, your thing. I forgot, because I know it's not gone for you,
But if you listened to Nigel, when he talked about his listening tour, he spoke to over 30 people who were negative about this commission.
Right.
And in part, it had largely to do with, if not entirely to do with past practices. So it's great that you were insulated from that, but I think it's fairly clear that that a large swath of the community was not.
I recommend we do a
Can I say
survey.
something, please? Can I say something just to, that what I hear you say when you say this is not necessarily that it's done, but from the inside out, and be the change you want to see in the world, kind of a way, that starting today, we're a friend to Ojai. Is it perceived maybe by a few people, by the town, maybe by the 2026 by everybody? So that's a trajectory, that's a continuum.
I like it. Communication plan
Oh, yes,
here,
this year.
well, next year.
Yeah,
We come up with a complete communication plan.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we run out to the newspaper tomorrow, you know? That
This year or
means
next
We
year?
have a plan that covers everything,
No,
and it's strategic, you know, a corporation would have a whole officer just in charge of public relations and communication. So that's a plan that needs developed that hasn't happened today. We've identified who we have to communicate and what we have to communicate, but there has to be a plan for that.
You know, so many of
And
these
someone
things to me
responsible.
seem like they're very quick, easy fixes if we could just get to them. You know, like, I feel like they keep getting moved on to the next meeting or the next agenda.
Exactly.
And it's like, if you give me that brochure, I'll get it to the printer tomorrow.
Exactly.
I'm not talking about a printer.
Right.
No, I know, but I'm just, a lot of these things, like, I feel like we can make them happen fast.
Well, the website the city has to do, the
Yes.
brochures we've been asking for since the last meeting, so it would be great if you want to take that on.
I will.
Put a fire under Robin, get those done.
I will get
but-
that artwork and get it done.
You remember our
Actually, I was going to
people-
ask you guys to come out and sign up for these things. Do it, so just put your
Because we
dot
have our
on what
people
you
thing
do.
we did, right? Is that here?
Yes.
Where's our people?
People, great
Our
teams.
individuals, when we weren't.
Oh, the individuals is there. So, no, wait.
No, no,
Because we
it's
need
there.
doers,
It's here,
and we
no, it's
need
here. This is
planners, and we
individuals.
need strategic,
This is
you know,
individuals.
every one
I'm
of
a
us
doer.
has,
Yeah.
and if we can find the actions that individuals here can be responsible for that also matches their personal preferences and work styles, then it doesn't even feel like work, okay? So, I'm sorry, but that's part of a,
In fact, what you're saying is so good, because as soon as you start feeling like you're moving through molasses or you start feeling tension, you're working on something that's not your strength. Look across the table and see somebody else who might want to take it and run with it, or move it slowly through a process, or be methodical. But do check on that, because you've got that diversity in the room. What else has to happen And when does it have to happen?
I feel it would be great if, working through this city, if we could send out a survey to the community. Maybe just it's a 3-question, check the box kind of survey of what they would like to see happening in Ojai.
Right. Goals have to be measurable, I know from business.
So
And one of the few ways to measure soft things, like perception of this or things that need done, is to do a survey. And we have, they did that C or whatever that was called. The city did that.
Measure C.
Measure C.
I mean, it's always a chicken and egg question, isn't it? So I would prefer to see a survey after at least some of the 4 seminars are completed, because part of what we want to show is that we're doing things that are important for the community. We have to begin to develop some interest in these, and I think if we send out a survey in the abstract, it's not going to have as much measurable value as if we are doing it after we already undertake some activity.
So, the workshops, I feel passionate about. I feel ready to go on it.
Let's get them going.
I would like to have permission to make that happen.
Well, come see me.
Okay.
We'll
And then
find
I
out how
think
to
the
do that.
perception, I think that plays into the perception. If we're more, we will be more visible. We will have produced a product that the community can see, oh, they're doing something,
It was more than a year ago that I volunteered to do a copyright and
Yes.
contracts seminar, so
So I have
let's
permission
get
from the
going.
museum to host them there, and I just need to come up with dates and be able to have a little bit of money to pay some of the people who want to give those seminars.
So maybe it could be done under the auspices of OSA as well. And so, I mean, because one of the things we want to avoid is the whole question, what do we create, what do we encourage? So,
Come see me.
but
You're
don't we
allowed
need
come
to-
see me. It's my job to set the agenda and to run the
Okay.
meetings or find a way to do the things that we don't need a vote for even.
Okay.
That's already been budgeted, so,
Because
talk
I
to
think,
me.
I
but
think that
before-
raises
when it come-
something to the level of visibility,
So think about
I'm
visibility.
totally in for the workshops, but I don't see the difference between the Ojai coup with something that has already been done and was very successful, and the workshops. I don't see the difference. There's no work for any of the commissioners to
Well, I
do
didn't-
for
we
Ojai coup.
didn't send her away with any more permission than you did just now. I just
You-
said, come to me, is what I told her,
You said you set the agenda so you can put it on the agenda. That's
Okay.
actually the word you used.
Sorry,
I didn't get the okay.
I take that back. Sorry.
Too late.
because I agree with you, otherwise there would not be a distinction. So you are correct.
Okay. Visibility, one thing, the survey community, whenever you engage the community, you're engaging the community. So a survey can be a creative act. You can actually gather information while starting to launch the how do they feel and experience you. That's one thing. Just to say that you don't have to wait. But you can. And because before I take it off, I wanted to just throw that back to you.
As long as it's targeted to the
Yeah.
people who are going to give you reasonable answers to reasonable questions.
I'd
It
rather
can't be a
move it.
scattergun
You're not going
approach.
to do a survey
No.
now that says, how are we doing? But
No.
you might take a survey.
Yeah, but it still has to be. It still has to be targeted.
I'd rather move it to the next year. We have nothing in that next year box.
I feel that the workshops are great, but it's for it's not for the whole community interest. So I think a survey will reach the whole community interest, especially with the demographics. With over 27% of our population in Ojai is over 65.
I'm going to leave this on. You guys can work this out in your meeting to
Yeah.
figure out what you want to survey.
It's a good point.
Because
And
you
it
all
certainly
have
is
good
broader
points.
than,
And there are different places, and surveys do different functions.
We can find out how we're doing with some stakeholders just by talking to them, but we can't find the general public that easily, so.
Just
And maybe we'll
asking
solve it
people,
by having a survey every year. That's the answer.
maybe have
Okay.
something, maybe have
So for
something
in
rotating,
our-
yeah.
For 5
So
years in
I
our
would
5-year
like to
plan, we have a survey.
I'd like to see in 2024 and 2025, more development and becoming a hub, a central hub.
Yeah.
Like, I see this year, we still have a lot of logistical things to do and cleanup, but by 2024 and 2025, we either have posters or some sort of thing in Libby Park where people can see what's going on in town, and that we have connected with the nonprofits to know what's going on.
Okay, so it's time forward.
And,
And
and
that continues on.
Yeah.
in 2025, I would love to see immersive art installation, hopefully coming from one of our grant recipients.
2025?
Mm-hmm. Or 2024, but
Immersive.
Let's take inventory of that this year. And,
So 25.
I didn't want to miss the business impact study.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did we call it?
Fiscal impact?
How arts impact measurably, or dollar
How
amounts in
would
the
that be
city.
measured? How would one do that survey?
Economic impact of art.
Not impact.
Yeah, it's not, it has been done by other arts commissions where they say, we impact $3 million a year, the city's thing, and then they have some supportive stuff. So I'm not a sociologist or
Well, you know,
economist, but I know it's doable.
If
And-
the arcade was open later to accommodate activities in Libby Park that were art-related, I mean, if we created like this art walk
Or First Thursdays.
first
that sort of
Thursday or
thing.
some event where the stores are actually open longer hours, we might be able to measure.
So I can tell you from a business perspective, this one's a really straight line. Is that if there's a potential to sell stuff, businesses will be open. That's the start and the end of that one. It really is. So if something is created that encourages people to keep their businesses open for the single reason that they're there to make money, they will be open. They'll also be closed if they don't think there's the possibility of making any money.
And as to arts organizations, if you called the 10 largest in the town and just sort of got their budget, you sort of have a primary top level financial impact, and that's probably covers 80% of the.
Well, I
of
know
the-
that when we do our
I
second
don't know.
Saturday tours, or when we do, the Ojai studio artists do their annual tour, they measure how many tourists are coming in for that, and they know they're
See.
going to eat and sleep and buy other things, so it does have impact.
Well, I'm willing to take that on. You know, like for instance, I would talk to someone at the music festival and say, you know, not only what is your budget, but I'm trying to figure out the impact of the arts. What is your
Impact.
measurement of that or ideas on that?
Maybe the city has some sense. Maybe they do that right
Yeah, yeah, with a plug-in thing.
So you kind of want to investigate that right away.
Yeah, what are we calling that? Economic
Economic
impact
impact
of arts
study.
in
Of art
Ojai.
study, yeah.
Study.
Economic.
That's what I like to do.
Better you than me.
And that's the
Go
beauty,
figure.
that's the beauty of the diversity
How
in this
about I go
group.
to the printer and you do this?
Okay, so
how about the QR codes for each city public art piece?
Yeah.
tech,
That's linked to the
that-
website.
Yeah.
what?
Well, it's not only the website, it's back to the whole question about the public art collection and whether it's correct. So, again, we've got a chicken and egg, so Pam.
We
I'm
could put it
gonna
on a
work on that.
timeline, though.
Yeah, let's put it on 24.
Of what? What, and how, what, do-
Yeah,
QR codes?
QR
QR
codes
codes.
on public sculpture.
City public sculpture.
And
Right,
Valerie, I would
that's the
love for
only
you
one
to
that
do
we
the
can govern.
IRB.
what?
the
What were you
text
saying, Smitty?
on the
Me?
video.
Well, we need, well, but it can go next to the plaque. That's not unstandard.
Well, let's talk about that later, okay.
Guys, let's come back together. Yes.
Because we're working toward a 5-year plan, but I don't,
Plaques
you know,
should never
is
be
it
on
possible that really
I mean, that would be
next
pretty unusual.
meeting, this stuff
into that.
Put where it goes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which would
Yeah.
be
they
better.
follow one another.
They-
rather than
one
us
thing leads
trying
to another.
Pick the winner.
That's a good thing.
Here's what I'm about to ask you guys
Five plus
about.
three, so we've got
And
eight.
I'll ask Christine and Nigel to join us. That is, you've got some themes of partnering, of being a creative catalyst, educate, elevate, entertain, unify through art. Well, I don't know what the verb is for generating, supporting, catalyzing experiences that generate things that people are proud of, connecting, I think we said partnering. Yes, let's see how, that's a friend, and being a center, creating a central hub. So with those themes, and funding, breaking out of the confines and expanding your funding, do those themes get met? Is there another theme? Because those themes have to come through here to actually get where you want to be, to grow this community in the way so far. Now you're going to do surveys, you're going to engage the community, and here's the secret truth about 5-year plans. By year 3, you're changing it because you've engaged your material so much that it's a different world than what you thought, or you've changed it because of your impact. So I'm sorry, I've done many 5-year plans with big companies, and by this time, this is going to be different. Good. You know, you head that way, and then you get to the mountain and you see something else. That's right.
We're told to do it every 2 years.
Exactly. And so that's accurate. That's the right thing to do. So I just want to tell you the truth of it while we're still, so yes, we have this vision. You have some themes there. Technology, you've got some things that you've got to shore up in order to make that vision possible. And on the way, you're going to have experiences that will mature this. Just as you're saying, we want to bring in the arts, that's going to change you. It'll change this body. So it's not going to be fixed. But we're going with, like the economists say, is that we're going to do this. And so if so then, are we touching on, are we actually putting some key anchors, stakes in the ground for your themes?
Are we light on partner?
Maybe so. I don't know. You've got a central hub. You've got connect with the nonprofits. You guys know.
How about venue for
Revitalize,
the
unify.
venue for the city collection, outside venues for the city collection?
University collection.
That's a place, huh?
Place. The place.
No, within the city, but within
Outside the city council chambers is
correct.
what you're talking about.
Yes. Finding venues within the city for the city collection.
Yeah, so one thing that would be coming up very soon on our calendar is extending the continuing care portion of the city collection, and it would be great to look into other venues that make sense that we can broadly send some of that stuff out. I can tell you, Pam and I went to see the continuing care city collection, and it's beautifully framed, beautifully maintained. The plaques are great, but we're getting off topic. The piece I would like, and I'd like to see it in 24 and 25, is more collaboration, not only with nonprofits, but also with the city, with other commissions. We talked about that. And there's quite a lot we cannot do without parks and recreation, without planning. And I think there's a lot we could do with nonprofits as well as for-profit entities. So big collaboration, and that might be a 24-25 objective.
I want to also capture what Valerie said. I think there was something about the, yeah,
The venues for the city collection.
venues. So by 2024, when is you guys have studied it, when do you see new,
I think that can start happening
right away?
right away. But in addition to what,
No?
We're back to the same chicken and egg. Until we inventory
Right,
and we
got
know
it.
what we have.
Inventory first.
But yeah, so
Yes.
let's look
Inventory.
at perhaps 24, 25 realistically.
Is that?
but, you know, in addition to what Christine just said, in collaboration, I think having the city support of waiving fees for the use of the park and for venues in town, that when nonprofits come to us wanting to like the film festival, using Libby Bowl. You know, knowing that we can get them a waiver for some of those fees that, I mean, that's what
I think
intimidates a lot
Christina's
of people.
captured it with working closely with Parks and Recs, and in fact, the head of Parks and Recs now is the former liaison for the Arts Commission, so he's very attached. He gets it. So I think we just need to do it. We just need to
Okay.
not tell him what to do, but to collaborate with Parks and Recs.
Okay, so I said, i.e. Parks and Rec, Libby, with a happy face.
We also have to, you know, the shoe, there's something with the Shumash. I'm wondering if we could somehow put that somewhere on the calendar. I don't know what that vision could be, but to do something so the Shumash has a presence in Ojai, whether it's a piece of public art or a designated space, I would say leaning into 25 to discuss it.
Cultural communities? You want
In
to
Clough Vista Park, there's a big old rock with a bunch of Chumash written on it, a Chumash prayer written on it as well. So that there's in connection to that,
Yeah.
I certainly don't object to more of that type of stuff in our community
so-
at all. And if they're listening,
Shumash.
we did send some money back to them, didn't we, for that to be fixed?
Okay, we already did this. I'm sorry. I appreciate it. Yes, but Shumash, and it's true. It's absolutely true. And it's important from every angle.
The
What-
sculptural park,
The sculptural park,
we want to put that in the timeline?
where does it go?
The sculptural park in the timeline?
That's a specific, okay, that's what in your low-hanging fruit. I think you guys are going to talk to the Glasgow
I
folks.
see that as a 24,
24?
26?
26?
24, 25. I see that. I
Now,
don't see
that's
any reason
way
why it
down
can't
the
be
road.
done.
Where?
And-
Here?
And again, that's going to be their thing, not ours.
I would
if
say
that's
more
what
25,
they're doing.
26. 24 is just
So
next
then is
year.
that partnering?
27.
Is that
Right.
partnering? More
So one of the things we know about this community is that it's so focused, and there is a state mandate to address affordable housing. The idea that there could be an empty lot that the Carolyn Glass O'Bally Foundation can use to to place its sculpture is likely pie in the sky, although we should investigate it. And so I think if we push it out farther and let this community get through its housing stuff, we'll see what's left as potential land for a private nonprofit to do its own sculpture garden.
And it's for land use.
I would love to see a piece of public art sponsored by this commission and the community on the corner of South Signal in the school offices.
You
near
mean like the
corner.
thing she was talking about? The one where everybody creates something and it's
No.
public art?
An official piece of high quality,
Oh, okay, so
important
big-
public art on the corner right downtown, across from the gas station in that school building space
That's
right there.
Montgomery, not Signal.
Montgomery, right? Sorry, yeah, South Montgomery.
When is that?
Oh, I think 2028 is a good time for that.
2020?
That's a long ways off, but
Okay,
hey, we're dreaming.
sure. We have a major public art installation. Maybe that's where it is.
Yeah, I think it was just about
Shall we
figuring
say
out the
central,
location.
neighbor?
Centrally located.
Yeah, no, this is Ojai.
No.
So
Okay, keep
again,
going.
chicken and egg, we
I
have
don't hear
many
that.
things to do to get there. We need to change the public art formula so that we've got more dollars in the bank in order to
So-
commission or acquire.
Who's going to work on that? What are you guys going to work on, this financial?
I think that's complicated, isn't it?
Well, Pam and I are already working on that formula, yes.
You're, okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that's something in works.
I haven't started yet.
Okay, I'm going to
Okay,
write it down
soon.
then.
Yeah,
What, how
okay.
shall I call this? Financial
Financial fair play.
resourcing. Okay, I'm sorry, but
If this was a computer like
first I've heard
programmer right now, he would be doing the if then and if not then, but,
yeah,
you know, Uncle Aguero's from
we can. Guys,
El Roblar brought,
what about education? I see you talk about educate. So you've got these 4 seminars, but I saw kids in your visions.
Yeah, we need docents
Docents?
youth.
for educating the public art.
Pardon? No.
Well, yeah, I think inventory is the crux of a lot of things.
Yeah.
It is.
Getting that worked out.
Who are the art
Getting that-
teachers, like in the schools or
Inventory.
private, and maybe they want to get involved?
Okay, so this is big.
We already have in the past done mentorships, which I think have been, hardly anyone here has experienced it, but I was one, so I know
I was
how
one.
valuable it was, yes.
I was one.
You were one too, so, but we haven't had one since anyone here has been on the commission.
Well, they were when I was on the commission actually, and the reason that came to an end was because of COVID.
COVID,
So
yeah.
I'd like to see that
Come
kicked back
yeah.
in.
What is it again?
The mentorship program.
Mentorship.
Maybe
It's fantastic.
2024?
Yeah,
24?
yeah. I don't think it's possible to get
It's in
it
the
back in prior to that,
Okay.
but I think it has tremendous value in this community.
Okay.
We're doing after-school education with the school system, and we have a scholarship program, but we don't have a mentorship. But I think partnering, at least in the visual aspects of mentorship, with OSA would be a very good solution, because there's so many artists, and so many of them are past educators.
It could be a
Partnering
very quick solution too, because several of the artists have done the mentorship in the past, so.
Mhm.
So so the nature of mentorship is you guys are going to
We
work
could
with
probably
the stakeholders and
here.
provide mentors in all the fields.
Some of how it feels like it'd be easier to get that from the council right now in the state of things are than,
Okay, so maybe it's,
what about our resource need help stuff? I guess what I'm saying is, I've heard casually about how much time staff has to help us. We're all volunteers. If we just, my experience is if you do depend too much on volunteers, you eventually you just wear it out. It gets worn out. So I'd like to be able to approach the council and see what our options are in there for the human power that we need just to get the very first steps started, you know.
So somehow-
Yeah, for instance, we're allowed to pay a secretary, actually, as the commission. I mean, not that we should run out and pay a secretary, but there's already provisions that expenses that you might have for assistance are available. So I'm trying to get help.
investigate support.
You would have to ask for it, yeah.
Well, you can do what is it, internships, kids need work study, there are things you can,
Sure.
there are people with time.
Right.
I don't know what your
But for
thing is, but
15
you're
bucks or 30
investigating, you're
bucks an hour,
saying,
there's
we
people
need
who-
some help. How should we solve it? And that's, okay, so support, investigate support. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to fill out the council for their ability to provide this commission the support that we need to do what they want us to do.
Okay, so get support, and you don't know how. We'll figure that out.
So
Okay.
I'd like to see annually something in professional development opportunities
For,
for the community in the arts.
So that the seminar would not just be.
this is regular,
An ongoing
ongoing,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
I think under,
Be a real community contribution.
right, and in Rotary, we call that vocational service. It's an educational thing that shows the value of art as a vocation.
Mhm. So ongoing
That
development.
could be seminars, that could be mentorships, it could be someone had an idea of guest speakers, what was it?
What is art? Is that what he's looking for?
Okay, ongoing professional.
Speaker series.
Chumash. Technology, are you supporting that?
Well, like an advertising campaign or just internal?
Well, okay,
IT stuff.
I've heard that you guys need something robust. When you're talking about know the arts, the artists, and the database indexing, vibrant hub that connects, to have that, you need something
Yeah.
logical.
Yeah, I think it's more than a website. A website is just is
I-
one of those, you know. But
I'd like to see one of those like outdoor bulletin things, behind glass that you, I used to have one in one of my office buildings where you open it up and you change the
Yeah.
poster
To
inside.
me, that's a communication thing, not a technological support.
Yeah,
thing.
that
sounds like
Yeah, I think
And
we're
the
all on our
parks and-
phones,
And the
so
Parks and Rec
Technological,
thing, yeah.
something to come through the
Definitely.
phones.
Bulletin board right by the Matilda Poppy.
What?
That's what you're talking about, except that you're talking about. Sorry, there's a public bulletin board right behind the Matilah Poppy where Proper
that's
Beauty
right,
is the
there is.
hairdresser's shop.
Who's
that's
Matilda Poppy? The one in the
Next
fountain?
behind where Sam's place
Yes, the
is,
fountain.
Yes,
right
okay,
behind
yeah.
Ferros. So there's a public bulletin
Yes,
board
you're
there.
right there.
So that's what you're talking about. But I think to take it one step further, what you would like to see is something like that that's freestanding in Libby Park.
Exactly.
Well, why not just utilize the one that's there?
We could do that.
Yes, I would suggest that. I would also like to see a freestanding one in Libby Park, mostly because more people walk through Libby Park.
Right, but you all, that is not our purview. That's Parks and Recreation, and certainly,
Sure.
the chair is going to reach out to collaborate with commissions.
Yeah, it might be
But
Public
if we
Works.
already have something existing, let's use it for our purposes as well.
Let's get one of those
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
information.
computer things that just.
That would be
Happens.
like
We
the
could do it
worst
from
idea
home.
you have had
Yeah,
since.
you're not-
I'm glad your microphone's not on.
When-
Robin,
when-
cancel that one.
Yeah, not
But when
not
we-
permitted in the downtown area, by the way. I'm not kidding.
The new
LED
website-
signs not permitted.
The new website has a arts event link on it, and once that's up, we could have a QR code. Maybe we need to put something in the Ojai Quarterly and the Ojai Magazine, take out advertising with the QR code to that when it's ready to go, because everyone's on their phones, and especially tourist people coming in, and also eventually get the QR code on the brochure. But everything should be coming through the phone.
There's no problem with going down to the downtown businesses and asking for a part of their window to put a QR code up in that says specifically this is Ojai Arts Commission website. Scan that, and then you get it right there. So you're achieving the same thing in a slightly different environment. But there's loads of windows down there, and I don't see anybody complaining about using a little part of it. So
quick
maybe we should
amplifier.
put that in there for
Communication plan.
2024.
I put communication plan, public information, arts, QR code, a physical thing, but also the QR code so that
QR codes are easy to do.
businesses-
You can go down and get them made up and make them look nice and just stick them in people's windows like you have secured by whatever security. It's very simple to do
okay, so that's
and
in the
effective.
2024, that's in everybody's window, and the businesses who want to feel related to arts.
But to make that happen, we have to have something that it goes back to, the website and the information.
Yeah, that's right.
Website, QR code, finalizing website includes the QR codes.
The public art tour is a great thing for it to link to, especially if it's a site on the
And-
tour right there.
Where's the
You know, it can link to a site where you can click on Facebook, Instagram, website, whatever you want.
Links.
It doesn't have to link to
exactly.
a specific location. It can link to a place that gives you options of where your preferred social media
Do we
comes
have
from.
a Facebook page?
We do, that's another thing. But
Arts
I think that's tied into the website renovation.
Password is last I heard.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been lost for a
Facebook.
while.
Yeah,
Instagram.
but that's the Facebook. I learned there's 5 billion users and 50 billion devices. It is the biggest way in the entire world. So I think we should try maybe do something and create a Facebook page if the one that we can't get into to be posting.
Yes,
That's
so
a
that's
media
in the
plan.
the
Part of
communication plan.
So
Uh,
Instagram, Facebook by next year, maybe?
Okay, Instagram.
Yeah, I think by the end of this
Facebook.
year, the start of next year would be more than appropriate.
I
By
think
that
so.
time, we'll have waited 3 years.
I'm trying to be patient.
I think that's long enough.
Yeah, in your next meeting, you probably get to sign up for some of this, maybe. Anyway, so these two are kind of connected, the website with the communication plan. What else?
One aspect we discussed earlier was to have an annual report as a part of our communication plan, and that we were going to put it consistently throughout the 5-year plan. So that might be a good thing to add to the communication.
You want to do it for 24?
We want to do it every year.
23.
23, okay, so annual report.
I think that comes down to accountability, upping our accountability and our visibility.
Or just as a separate annual report, just so we know that's what we're doing, to communicate with the world.
Do we know if the city keeps track of like for the history of when things are in magazine or paper, and that they're keeping, like, they keep the clippings in a
think they have
particular?
staff.
I doubt, listen,
I
I
don't think
can't
so.
even find the agreements for public art. You think we're going to find news clippings?
So should this Arts Commission start a historical
Archives.
archive?
Yeah.
And that could become digital?
I think the issue with that, not that it's a bad idea at all, is that the city has to keep it because it's city property.
It's city, right.
So that just means the city has to do it.
And we can ask them to do it,
So
and,
ask
you
the
know.
city to do what?
Archive.
Historical archive of arts commissions and publications and
Okay.
historical archive.
When do you want to
You
do
It
that?
could be a
envision-
digital.
Would you envision that in the website or as?
It could lead it definitely into the
I
website.
think that's where
Yes.
it would make the most sense,
Yes.
just archived.
Yes.
Website. So historical. Arts Commission.
And you mentioned that we will have some control over the website once it's established? Okay.
I think that once the website is done, my understanding is that we'll be able to go into it ourselves and update it as necessary.
And I think what we should do is ask the chair to appoint one person to do that, so we don't have chaos.
I think the chair's really good at that stuff himself.
Yeah, I was actually in charge of the website, but it was only for 2 months. And
Yeah.
I had already sort of got it to that point, and then they got another commissioner.
That's right.
Take it back, take it
That's
back.
it,
Way.
Well, I don't do my own. I have a media manager that just, posts every month for 3 days a week and. a
Assign it to
regular
your
thing.
media manager then. I mean, the way I assign stuff to my secretary, just,
Yeah. well,
But-
So the only thing that's
$40 an
on
hour.
there, and I feel that it's something that we could, as a commission, try to do outside granting for, would be the Arts Mobile, which would be way down the line. But I feel that that would be something very different and new for Ojai and reach the challenged people that are physically challenged and,
That sounds like
Financially
another
challenged.
art organization, though.
It does sound like that.
okay.
The
But-
festival has that, what do they call it? The music band, right?
Music band.
I'm just wondering if there's a different way to do that.
Yeah.
It occurred to me a few hours ago. Actually, I love the idea. But one of the communities that we didn't deal with over here was the infirm and the old.
Should mention, but yeah,
If you did, I
So-
apologise for missing it.
right, right.
housebound.
But I
seniors.
know, for example, that Smitty and Julia have gone out in the past to Grey Gables and various other places to do music there, and other people do that too. I know that there's
Got a
readings and
commission.
this, that, and the
Yeah,
other.
commission, yeah.
So it occurs to me that we may want to consider the videos that we can all make with regard to the public art and whatever else is going on in town as a way to arrange times for somebody to go over there and present them in a more formal manner so that we can sit down, explain to people what's going on, fill their day, fill their souls a little bit, and also make use of the videos that we've produced instead of them just rolling around on Channel 10 that people may catch or may not catch, but bring that art into their lives, which is what you're talking about with the mobile art. I just see Scooby-Doo.
I mean,
But it's a way to make that happen
Looking.
without having to worry
Really is
immediately
that-
about
To
a
reach
mobile
the
art.
infirm or
Well,
Well,
I
we touched
I
a
was
few.
talking to a well-known local artist, and their mother has been with the Ojai Studio Artists for a long time, and is in the assisted living, and very, very challenged with a lot of anxiety. And they finally gave her pastels, and that was it. She was in heaven and at peace. So.
We touched a few times on the works in the city collection that are in continuing care at the hospital, and that's a lovely program. And also, the hospital director spoke with us about former
Art, OSA artists who would go.
correct
Give some
to give
lessons and
talks,
talks.
and that would be a very nice program to revive. And we, in fact, asked them to come speak with us about that, so we'll try to get that on the agenda
What's it
at some
called?
point. It's the Continuing Care Center of the hospital.
Oh, right, that place.
But you
Brand new
see, that's a
building, beautiful.
perfect, right there was a
Lovely.
perfect, I kind of forgot about it, but
Yeah.
connecting
Partner.
the Ojai studio artists with that request, you know, that seems like a perfect
There was an
maneuver in the arts
OSA
community.
artist
It's
at
our
the
hub.
Gables.
It's
She
our
just
hub
passed
job.
away, right?
Marta
Yeah.
Nelson, yeah.
What if we, you could work with a senior facility to create a artist,
Right, but you see,
senior
the
artist
need,
place?
the need arising and then connecting the right people to it. Like the Ojai studio artists are the right people to connect with that need.
Correct.
But
And that's how
we're
I
not
see our
always
job. That right there,
hearing-
that's
Right.
exactly what I view our job
the hub.
as.
Yeah,
piece,
but
right.
we're not always aware of what the needs are. We have people who have desire to, you know, do that, but Christine and I heard the need.
Right.
That's also our job to go and seek out those opportunities to help. So something Valerie just mentioned that
Connect.
that reminded me of something that we've had minor previous conversations about, not necessarily in the meetings, but just as a general topic, was something that interests me, and it resonates because of what you said with regard to the lady with the pastels, right? Pastels. Pastel is a candy. Pastel is not. Do not eat pastels,
Right.
children.
And it's King's English.
So I always have liked the idea of microgrants, where we reserve part of our grant money for things such as this. If somebody can't afford the pastels, then we can provide them for them through a microgrant, which is $50, $20. I don't even know what it is. But to have some sort of outreach with various other environments, assisted living, and just actively try and find out what is missing on the art level that we may be able to provide with through a microgrant.
But
So
also just
with regards to the
needs.
action, then I would like to see a real conversation about whether that is possible, something that we want to be involved in the 2024-2025 year. I
Connect-
don't think it's anything we can deal with this year.
The Ojai Studio Artists with, what's the name of the organization? With that place?
Oh, the Ojai Continuation Care, Memorial Continuation
CCC.
Care.
CCC, that's the place,
Community Care Center, yes.
that's the place where they were,
Skilled nursing.
I was just there.
But Nigel, a lot of times people will call
Sniff
me
it
up,
out.
a relative has passed away, and they have all these paints and pastels that they don't know what to do with, and they'll like dump it to me, and then I'll kind
I
of
was
find
thinking Ojai
people.
Creates might want to just be a partner in that.
Yeah,
or something.
I find people to give them to, but that's another thing, connecting the needs with the, you know, people who can supply
Yeah, we
it.
should be deeply involved in that.
So the central hub that starts off in '24 takes a life of its own. And it sounds like it also will connect with this ongoing professional development and
Is
outreach.
the hub a physical place? Is that how we intended it? We are the hub. So it's virtual.
It's a virtual hub.
It's where, so far it seems like it's where you meet, you stand for something, it's a movement, it has a QR code in all the windows in town. Public art start, now what about this entertain? And I keep wanting to go back to the thing
Elevate.
that Pam said about the art unifies the community and involves the community.
Would be nice to have an interactive project somewhere in there that people come together to work on. 2026 maybe, or,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'd make it next week, but
I think Valerie had spoken previously
This is
about
slowing me down.
an interactive light show.
Yes,
Downtown.
that's here, immersive art.
Yes, and out in projecting, it could be in Libby Park, it could be in Clough Park, just project. But there's a whole big ideas behind that we could talk about later. But yeah, that's the immersive
And
art.
we talked about 4th of July, shifting over fireworks to drones.
Yeah, with Sydney, Australia has made it. Well, there's a company that does drone light shows. But my thing is like, all these films have been made, documented of these amazing immersive arts. All we could just do is get the rights, and we project these amazing immersive arts. It's like a quick thing without spending $1 million.
Cool.
So
that's
in
in
terms of
25.
entertainment, we've spoken a great deal about visual arts, but we haven't discussed theatrical arts, musical arts, literary arts in very much detail, and strikes me that that's important. And one entity we haven't discussed in the collaborative aspect is the Ojai Art Center, which, as we agreed yesterday, is the oldest continuously existing arts entity in this nation. And we probably should have some relationship with that entity. I don't know how we get there and what it would take, but it might be the chair meeting with people to create that closer collaboration.
Nigel and I are both familiar with those people. He may be
Yeah,
less
yeah.
inclined than I would be
Yeah.
to go over there.
Who is-
As part of the redevelopment of this, that was one of the arms on the hub
Aha.
that we
Who
had.
is one of
It's
the
great.
arms?
It's one of the arms on the hub.
Yeah.
One of the spokes on the
There's
wheel, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
There's OES Theater is the youth one. OPAT is
Right,
what's
exactly.
her
And we
name's
give
one.
them
And
money, right?
Is the youth opera
exactly, but
still
it
in
would be-
existence? Is the youth opera still in existence?
It's not operational right now. It's like
That was a wonderful thing.
yes.
Right now, we have Pixies.
What about the
Pictures.
the songwriter competitions? What if we just did an annual competition, which would be reach out to the entire community to, maybe it doesn't have to be a competition, maybe it's some type of catalyst to the community, creative community.
Right. Well,
I know Nigel, I didn't mean, Nigel brought in the Word Fest people with the hopes that that would get revived. That would be lovely to see something in
she's
that.
gone. That was
I
a
didn't
problem.
really, after that presentation, it just sounded like the wind was out of the sails, and I think that it'd be great to have something fresh and
Yeah. Well, it has to come up organically.
Yeah.
But in
Are you-
terms
Where
of
does it come
songwriters,
from? Right.
there's Ojai Songwriters Anonymous is a mailing list. I have over 60 songwriters that are
So do you want to say,
Ojai
because I'm thinking you guys are going to be, you're doing the inventory of stakeholders
inventory.
hub, and then you're going,
Probably one
your
of our
next
first
move.
steps will be us, I don't think it's too much to ask each of us to maybe be responsible for inventorying something. you know.
Why don't we each come with maybe, give us each a subject?
Yes, that's what I'm-
And like,
Well, I'm
let's
gonna
say
let
I've
you tell
came
me
in
what
with
you
all the
wanna
visual
do.
artists.
All right. My thing is to meet with
nonprofits.
you this week. Is there a
Okay.
meeting Tuesday? I'm sorry. Is there a council meeting this Tuesday or the following?
This is
Okay.
Tuesday.
Well, I'll go to it, and I don't have to come up with anything new. I can just tell them we did this, and at least I do my little blue card and get my 3 minutes, and I'm gone.
Guys,
So do we have enough measurable things on our 5-year plan right now to make a plan?
beginning of it. I think you need to have a lot, but you need, what about, are you entertaining? Are you educating? What about, you've got a curriculum? I guess part of it is that once you do this, there's some actions onto that. So
If
in a
they-
way, yeah, you have to do that in order to, in a way, do this next iteration of this, I think. Well, how soon does that get done?
I'm going to meet with everybody. I'd hope to in the next week. Can I put it on you guys to come to me with a good time? And we'll probably go through this, each of you individually, and and we pick the things that can be done now or what could be done, so we could at least get something going for the people that are anxious. I'll handle personally more of the strategic stuff with the council and maybe and Parks and Rec, that type of thing with the city. But I think we don't need public meetings to work, you know. I mean, Christine's always ongoing with the public art, I know. So, you know, she doesn't call and ask us every time she wants to do something. So we'll find the things that we can do that on. And
So you're going to sign out, you're signing each
I'm going to sign
going to
in
work this one up.
Yeah,
Because
if you
once
can.
this is, that, like, if we met for a couple of hours after you get that data, I think that the rest of this can populate a lot easier.
Yeah,
But
Definitely,
I think you're missing information.
yes.
Yeah, one thing that we had discussed previously at other meetings is having a presence at Ojai Days with the table. And if we
Parks and Rec runs that.
if
I'll
we
talk to
couldn't
them.
make it, that we were going to have the people who received grants to be at the table where they could be whatever they're going to be
Yeah, I
doing.
can
or-
envision a whole park of
I didn't make that a separate one, Nisa. I think
On
maybe
outreach?
that where it says Earth Day partner, I
Oh,
think
okay.
maybe we should expand Earth Day
Event?
as to city event
Yeah.
partner. Would
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah,
It's-
I was
it's
I was
separate
thinking
because it
that.
is
You have
city,
Earth
right.
Day, Peace Day, Ojai Day, 4th of July.
i.e.
Those are none of those are city,
Day.
right?
Martin Luther King. I was there. I did my part.
East
Oh, I did city, but the others aren't
or
city.
July.
We have to be careful that you get, oh, what do you do with
Birthday,
us? What about us?
etc.
And
I'm doing
dancers,
I'm just
But
writing
the city
i.e.
stuff is
peace,
no-brainer.
4th of
But
July,
if
Earth
the
Day,
Ojai City
etc.
of Peace people come and request a grant,
We're gonna-
then that
Sure,
would
sure.
be. Right.
Okay, so
We don't just, right, show favoritism, that's all, right?
So you just did this, you just clarified that, that's good. Okay. What about entertain? Are you guys entertained?
Entertaining?
Well, I was
I don't
going
know
to
what
say
that
it would
meant,
be
yeah.
nice to have like a summer series or a spring summer series in the park of some sort. I mean, I'm saying pop-up concerts and stuff like that. I know we're not doing that.
Yeah.
So I guess all we can do is sort of support people who would have that idea.
All right, so maybe so that's something you need to think, so when you're inventorying stakeholders, do that with an eye to, and what's the possibility of presence, because your visibility was a concern, and involvement, presence, and some kind of engagement. Is that, am I reflecting that back accurately? Does that feel
Are we
right?
adding something new or?
No,
are
we're
we-
not.
Okay.
But there's a spirit behind what Pam said, which once it lands will probably be very generative.
I believe there are two ways to do
Information
that.
first.
One is by grant, which, for example, we did for the Film Society and for other entities that are doing these, quote, pop-up or regular events. And the other is by communication. And as we up our communication in all of the ways we said we would do this year, I think we begin to provide that support.
Well, if we were going to encourage, let's say, the first Thursdays or something downtown, would we we could say, would we talk to the Chamber of Commerce and say, hey,
Chamber of Commerce and the museum, and yeah, I mean, I
then
think.
talk to the arts organizations and say, hey, would you be willing, like OSA, I can speak for them because I've been involved for a long time. If you came to us and said, okay, we're going to do, and I'm just saying first Thursdays, I don't mean, but some sort of date, would you guys be responsible for having 5 tables out there every first Thursday? And then but somebody has to be the overlord to the idea.
Yeah, someone has to, as we say, stimulate the interest.
Yeah, but for everything that
that's-
we want to do, don't forget it has to be staffed. That means one of us or somebody from the city. So this has to be kept very closely in mind because we're all grown-ups and we all have jobs, we all have lives. And no matter how much we want to schedule ourselves as best that we can and we all do the same thing, then things are going to happen. So staffing is an issue, And this is why, when you come back to our central focus, it's support, not driving.
Got it.
And I was thinking that OVA that you're affiliated with, that may be a good group too.
No, they're not interested.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
I already asked.
Well, I guess I want to just add something. So maybe you can begin to behave as a central hub. And
Yes.
you're going to do the actions. But that's going to be your identity. That's going to be part of your identity. You're going to be present. So you're going to be an arts presence, a supportive arts presence, probably by next year.
Do we want to do anything with the chamber? Have any presence with the
Partner,
chamber?
right? Is that part of being connecting?
Because that would connect with the local businesses.
Let's
And
stick them
if
on
we're
a
looking
stakeholder
for-
map anyways.
Uh-huh.
We had
I mean,
talked to
it's
them
good to-
about using,
It's good to know what's going on in the city. I mean, if one of us was at the chamber mixers, then we have a sense of what's going on in downtown.
Well, I'm a member of the chamber, but I don't go to all
You
the
don't go to the
mixers.
no, but they should probably make our stakeholder map though. Is it too
Yeah.
late? Are we allowed to go back and add?
No, not too late. Are you kidding me?
At least get it.
Chamber's part of there. You're right.
Mhm.
See, profits.
The city chamber.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just
Yeah.
here.
I just, it strikes
Natural
a spark,
allies.
because I had recently talked to the head of the chamber about using their monthly events for music at the same time, and back
So-
there by the fountain, which is a public art. Yeah,
So, with regards to the awards that you had mentioned, I think on one of those posters over there, that a partnership for me, as I've spoken about this in public before, and the awards should be elevated, and the chamber has every single year an awards evening. I don't see why a partnership wouldn't include our awards at the same time, and that elevates it because it's kind of a big deal. So that's an example where we can utilize the chamber to elevate what we're doing and to recognize local artists as well.
Yeah.
That's
City council, though, that holds the ceremony of the awards, so you're saying that there could be a subsequent one where those same awardees are recognized by the business community, is that correct?
No. Our award ceremony takes place at the same time in the same location with a lot more people paying attention.
But it takes place it takes place at city council.
Currently it does because nobody's ever come up with a better idea. This is a city award.
Correct.
The Lifetime Achievement, the Hope Fraser isn't. It's an award from the Arts Commission.
Okay.
I don't think
see.
that the city or this Arts Commission would have a problem going to a nice event and presenting our awards
For the Hope Fraser.
and also the Lifetime Achievement. Well, you just reach a much larger audience if you're trying
It's a
to
big deal.
interact with the community and get more visibility and also honour people. Then I think it's probably a lot better because, frankly, nobody shows up when anybody gets awarded.
No, it's perhaps
So if the
it's
mountain
my
doesn't come to Mohammed-
inexperience, but the last time I saw it, the Arts Commission gave an award. Historic Preservation also gave an award, and I think another commission did as well. And it was kind of a big deal at City Hall. And, the mayor presented the proclamations, and everyone got their photos taken, and people made
It's not
a
as big as the
speech.
city,
Yeah.
as the chamber.
They can still do that,
No,
just
I'm
in a different
saying-
environment.
I'm not saying we can't have a double ceremony. What I'm saying is, I understand that it's a city award and that it has to happen at the city. It can also happen at the chamber. The same person gets recognized twice. That would be great.
Yeah, I don't know that it has to happen at the city.
Well, we can find out.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's the answer to that one.
members of the
My
chair will
point
find
is,
out. Yeah,
we can say it's
to
just make
involve
everything
the
bigger.
business community. No, I hear you, absolutely.
Okay.
Makes total sense.
So and you're painting the picture of partnering with extant systems that are maybe, so if the idea is we're supported presence, we are a hub, we're connected, and we're visible, and we're experienced in a positive way. If there's a place that's having a lot of people, then you just expand.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that could happen this year, as a matter of fact.
That would be cool.
That, yeah. know, you're right. Okay. Guys, I think we are at a place where we need the next move, which is this, which you're going to start doing next week, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so just out of completion, I will come back and fill it in if you need, but you need to add these. This has information to make this a really useful document. Right now, it's a great start, but you can't. It's a great start.
Yeah.
And you've got a sense of representing some of these themes. Pam has agreed, I don't know if this
See
is
the
protocol,
brochure and the,
to look at
input the
these
pro-
themes and
public art.
distill them. So she's going to look at this and say and write it out in a
Yeah.
way that's
You guys
understandable.
are gonna, I'm not gonna ask each of you to contact me to pick a time, and I want you to bring your wantas and aftas and that sort of thing. There won't be any big changes, but it'll be a good way to gauge where we're trying to connect our individual, wherever that was, strengths and interests with things that are up here, and and maybe we just, and I'll be checking on budgetary things, and a little bit of outreach to other departments. We have some short-term things that you guys have mentioned, I know, that have to be done, including budget and our awards. Am I looking at you?
On the agenda for the next week.
Yeah, I mean, people have been sending them to me. I don't think I've got them all. But where is your job done? Is it today
Well,
or?
I'm afraid it's not done today, no. I don't see it, because I think that this information has to come in
Mhm.
in order to fill this out for you guys, with
Okay.
with you, because it's your
All right.
input.
So we need
Yeah.
inventory?
New
Is
se-
this-
yeah.
Is Kevin good? Is it photographer?
Kevin-
Capture
yeah,
this
Kevin's
stuff?
coming.
He'll capture this
Yeah,
stuff.
he will. He'll take a
So,
picture.
so that's exactly the question I was going to ask you. Does it trouble you that we have nothing in 26 and 27? I mean, 28, I would love to see a major public art work. I think it's pie in the sky hopeful, but let's all work toward it. But my question is whether in that void of 26, 27, there isn't something we should be fleshing out.
I think you could probably say some things here. Say, not as action items, but you can say that by this time, what is true about how the community experiences the Arts Commission. It's known throughout the community, has the relationship between young people and elders changed? I mean, what has happened by this time?
So more outcomes than activities is what
Yeah,
you're
you can do that.
suggesting.
Yeah, no, do
No,
that.
it-
Yes.
If I may, my kind
Go
of
ahead.
understanding as a scientist or computer guy is that there's a lot of if this, then this, and this can't happen till that happens. And what happens is this stuff will get distributed
Yes.
into our 5-year plan. It's not done yet. This is just like, when we talk and you come up with a brand new idea, I'm gonna say, well, as a group, we decided this is our stuff. Okay, so let's stay focused on that and put it out there. And then what we actually do is gonna be the stuff here, but the hope is it's pushing toward that. So I think our final product will have that all filled in, because we can't do that all next week.
Yeah, and it will constantly be needing update each year, so each year,
Every 2 years, we'll have a new plan by law.
But, this is, a lot of this stuff is continuing through those years.
But you'll have this will be a map that you can look
And
at, and these will be milestones. And these milestones will be more informed with your stakeholder information. Because I think that there are going to be places and partnerships that will be more specifically, you'll say, okay, we'll do this. So some of those things will be clearer once you know about your stakeholders.
I think we
I
have
was
to
gonna say-
acknowledge that in 2 years there's going to be 2 seats on this commission that may become available if people don't want to re-up or if the council doesn't want those people to remain on the commission. And 2 years after that, the other 3 are up. So by 2026, we may have a completely new commission. So it's really important that we get this nailed down so that if those changes happen, or if we have the same people on, then we are all pulling in the same direction, whether it's us or whether it's the people who are stepping into our shoes.
Yeah. Positive, virtuous momentum.
Right, and I'll say that it's designed, this was not brand new to have a 5-year plan every 2 years. It's designed so the new members have 2 years to kind of learn what you can do and what you can't do, because they come into an existing plan, and so at the most they have that. So it has its own longevity, and it doesn't seem like this is like a budget or a P&L. You know, in business, it's not a balance sheet. A balance sheet shows your assets, sort of what you owe. And we're building assets here. You know, once this is built, it's built. You know, once the website is up and running, it's built. Once we have a communication plan, that's just the way we operate. What was this one? Ongoing professional development. You know, once it's like a school, you know, it's up and it's just kind of running, so it doesn't always need created. You know, it should
Right.
carry on. It becomes an asset. You know,
You'll have
public art
connections.
is a great example of an asset. It keeps accumulating. We don't have to keep
Well,
remaking it every year.
Right.
So.
Smitty, I wanted to show you a picture of, this is a strategic 5-year plan format where it has the strategic priority area and then year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then ways to measure. So I think it would be helpful if we had something like, once we're done, where we can see, okay, we're in year 1, we're in year 2, and what were our goals? Like, I'm just going to read. This one has
Good.
Artist of the Month featured, and year 1 is develop a plan. Year 2 is to do that 4 times a year. You know, it's like,
Right.
and it
right.
goes up to, 6 times a year.
That's
But
great.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
great. That's a-
I was going to ask Noosa that very question in
Measurable.
terms of format. No, not measures, but format.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on the board of a nonprofit that went through strategic planning, and it was a multi-day detailed effort very similar to this, and it was great. We came up with a one-page plan. Now, of course, you needed a microscope to read it. There were so many things on it, but we were able to get it to one page. What do you anticipate for us in terms of, do you see this as multi-pages? Do you see it as one page, similar to the matrix Pam has, or
I
what
have
do you?
a different format of like core values and why does the Art Commission, to take all of these and synthesize it down to probably a 5 or 6 page document. That's what I'm foreseeing.
And I see it as a beautiful document with photographs, with quotes. From what I've seen online of arts commissions, that, we are in the visual, so it would be great, if anyone who received grants, like the storytellers, if they have any photographs to contribute, of different things, so that the city council has a visual that
You're all
they're
right.
seeing.
We need both, I think.
Yeah, it always makes sense to have an executive summary. And I agree I also have in mind something that this is going to distill into, you're going to have primary focus areas. So you've got some key themes and some values and how to work together and who you want to be in the community. But we had to get it out. So this was a mining and drawing it out, making it visible and referenceable and cross-checking. Then that's a distillation exercise, synthesis and distill, what Pam was saying. You'd need a little bit of data to fill this out a bit better. And so that's why I said I'll come back to do that last segment, because I think that when you do your one-to-ones and your inventories of stakeholders, I think that is going to be able to give us some information about how you want to play this out for these priorities. Now, do these priorities get distilled? Probably. But first you have to get them all out. And you did pretty well, because it's not that many. You've got to feel for it.
I apologise for interrupting. Is it possible then that before we leave here today that we have a date when we're going to meet again, so that we can put a pin in this and say this is when it's going to be done.
Yeah, I would like us to do that if we can. So just to recap, we anticipate a multi-page plan with visual information, as well as an executive summary.
Yes.
But
as an
not,
overview.
but not, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know, I just want to
Next-
recap
Yes.
where
See,
we
This is a
Next step
meeting
for this.
following this up. It's not a
Not a
business
correct.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is
It's a
getting your
continuation of
meetings
this
done,
meeting.
and then
Yes.
getting you back and filling out this visual map, this visual
Will
guide.
people be here in 3 weeks?
Well, let's have a look at the date. Today is February the 5th.
If
So
you
are
wanna
you
One,
try
two,
to
looking
do-
at-
3 weeks today is
At
February
week
the
of
26th.
The 27th or the week of the 20th?
Every time I've done this, it's always fallen apart, but I'll do it. Was that
I-
the 20th? It was a Monday.
I can tell you I'm better the week of the 20th than I am the week of the 27th.
This would be a public meeting, is that right?
It would be
Yes.
it would be a continuation of this meeting.
Yeah.
So Smitty, you would recess this?
Yes.
You would not
Have another-
adjourn it?
Could we
and
just,
would pick it up again?
I got it. But let's
could we
get-
plug in the Sunday the 26th?
I can't do it the 26th.
How about the 19th?
Seems early to
I
me.
could do the morning of the 26th. I could do, like, how long are we talking about?
Like 2 hours.
No, I
I
don't
could,
think.
I could do 2 hours if it was morning.
26th?
I can do the 26th.
I can do the 26th.
All right, 26th morning.
Should we say 9 o'clock?
Should we say 10 o'clock?
Should we say 9:30?
Say 9:30?
Are we-
Let's say 9:30.
Block out your mornings, please, okay?
So the 26th, 9:30,
Perfect.
and that accommodates everybody. Is that okay for you, Noosa?
9:30 to 26?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've really taken your time, Noosa, and thank you again.
Yeah, there's something I can do.
And then I have a longer list because I can just go do it. But you guys, main list, just contact me with and I want these in, like one page. Do you think it's possible? to
Yeah,
put
I figured if you
either
were
on a
doing it
caption
early,
on
then
the
I would
picture
have
or-
to.
Yeah, I'll put a headline
put
what
a
they
sum-
are.
Yeah, each
Yeah.
one, yeah. Because then I can make a little booklet with
Yes.
boom, 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 with
Yes.
index things. Okay.
Right, so is everybody comfortable with that then? So that at least, what concerns me, Smitty, is that we're so far along in this process now that we're going to get hung up trying to find dates if we disperse.
We found a date. We're
You're
done.
right.
We
You were
did.
right.
But I
26
don't want to feel that I'm directing this. I'm suggesting it. It's not my job
No,
to
well, I
direct
thought it
it.
was Noosa's idea.
It's in service
You just
to nail it
decided to
down.
do it now. It's
You're
good.
absolutely
No,
right.
Great.
Perfect.
You're not bullying
I
me.
appreciate it because we need that. All right. So then, this is only a pause.
And
That
May I
means- go
read
ahead.
my to-do list, everyone, and see if
Yeah.
there's anything you think I'm missing? I was going to meet with each of you guys and talk about inventory, assignments, stakeholders. I'm going to go to the next council meeting, or at least a council meeting before that 3-week meeting. Parks and Rec, I'm going to give a call to Mr. Luis and just start a rapport with them, with our ideas about facilities, events, right? And I happen to have some budget stuff, which I'll talk to you individually about when we get to finish this year's. I'm going to talk to the council about someone on the council about the ability to get creative with getting help or a little budget for busy work, or get their set our expectations for what we can expect from city staff.
Maybe that's James' conversation?
Maybe. But I think I would get council permission to talk to him. We got to finish our awards, that's ongoing, and outreach to other commissions. I was going to talk to someone else that's finished this process. Try to find a couple cities. Maybe you'd be interested in doing that with me, Christine. Maybe we'll find I don't know, maybe not. I'll invite you. If not, I might invite someone else.
Tell you my to-do list next.
Yeah. Please,
Ready?
yes.
So I'll get a handle on the list, and Pam, I'll work with you on that, and then presumably we'll put it into that format. Robin has said that we need to run it by the city, so we'll have to do that because there are certainly certain items that will fall off of that list, largely because we have to maintain and conserve all of this stuff, which brings me to the next piece, which is that I'm in the process of speaking with appraisers or assessors, I think would be a better description, to get a handle on the condition of the public art so that the next step will be engaging conservators where we need to have the art conserved. So I know that that remaining 500 and 300 in the budget will be eaten up this year for both public art and city collection just in this process. So that's
Christine,
going to take
One
some time.
question, when a piece needs to be repaired, or is that out of the Arts Commission budget?
Well, we'll figure that out, right?
We'll figure that out, but
We'll
my
figure that out.
guess is yes, that it's the Art Commission owns it, and the Art Commission will have to ask the city for funds if we find, for example, that a conservator cost $50,000, and these are numbers off the top of my head, and the amount of conservation work overall is $200,000. We'd have to go to the city for that kind of money, but presumably it would be budgeted by the city to us for that purpose, earmarked for that purpose.
Remember that all the money is the councils or the cities, and with the budget our budget is merely just a way to more efficiently conduct our operations without going to them with everything.
But it's one of the reasons I'm very attentive to making certain that we are not claiming something to be public art if it's not, because then we are responsible for it.
No,
So that's my to-do.
sure. That's like
That's like a lot.
the rest of you guys. I don't know that you have a to do but
I do.
other than see me. Okay, I'll let you say it. But I just want you to know that I want to take advantage of Nigel's interest in getting out in the community and connecting. I want to take advantage of Valerie's anxiety to make an impact right now and do some things and communicate it to the community. I want to take advantage of your artistic interest in making things beautiful and moving ahead in education as well. Zeal. She's a zealot.
Her compulsive obsessiveness.
So the fact that you may not have a big, long list right now, don't worry, you will have.
Well, actually, I do, because first of all, I'm going to get
Yes.
that brochure
Photographs.
printed
Yeah,
ASAP.
Good.
But also the public art.
you don't need a vote on that, okay? You
No,
just
but
do
I'm
it.
going to start inventorying, looking at what we have, creating a new documentation process so that it's, yeah.
Great, you too, good. All right, anything? Valerie, anything?
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Okay.
And especially Noosa,
please,
thank you.
Do your magic.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to.
That's sending us away happy.
Yes, I wanted to. Okay, so we have, in 2 days, we've gone far and wide. We've done a whole lot in a very brief space of time. Okay, so it's very concentrated. You add water to any one of these and it spreads out into a long time. So we began this and we're ending it here. So we began with stakeholders and now, but we have this in a deeper context, and we have a sense of where we've been, and we've actually appreciated, respected it, and we know where there's a freedom, and then there's some support, so we can take the best stuff and leave the rest, but honor it for what's happened. Mission, we're much clearer about our mission. It's not just what's written, but we have we're more in touch. We're in touch with the current call. We've learned a lot about each other, and what you just did at the very end, Smitty, to me felt like it was practical empathy with everybody, and I just felt the way that you guys have been interacting is something that creates a potential for high functioning work together, doing great things for Ojai, in the arts.
What's that one?
Which one? I bring? That's what each of your individual, yeah.
Okay.
Literally.
That's not present, is it bring?
Your presence, yes, those are strengths and our shadows and support, what we bring to the table. So we have a sense of the situation, and we've envisioned, drawing from our experiences and our dreams and the possibility, and you didn't go to like another planet. You actually got to somewhere that looks and feels like something imaginable here in Ojai. So you actually dreamt something that feels really possible, and so it's exciting. We distilled some of the focus areas. Those are going to get more distilled, I think. But those little orange dots that I pulled out of your dreams, that's what I mean. There's also some in the stakeholders and mission conversations that are part of that. What are your core, your North Star elements, nodes? We began to look forward. We've got some low-hanging fruit. We've got some trajectories that include becoming a central hub, being a friend to Ojai starting now, but being known as that increasingly over the time. You've got some beginnings interactive community projects. You're collaborating. You're becoming you're partnering with different organizations. So each one of those acts like the hub that you're describing. So this role in the community as a central hub and connector and amplifier and sparking and inspiring work and stimulating work. These are some of the elements that create that, with some structural supports. And you've got some projects, some work cut out for you. It's not easy, but it's certainly virtuous. We're not clear about all the milestones. We have some milestones, but after you guys do the next couple weeks of work, we're going to have a better sense of that, and we'll clarify it. So what I'd like to end with is a little checkout. And by checkout, I just want to, one sentence about where you are in your outlook forward. As we wrap up day 2 of what's turning into 2.5 days, which is actually not bad because they were shortened days. Yes.
I'm exactly where I expected us to be, which is having a nascent plan and positivity looking forward.
Thank you.
And for me, I said this morning as we started that I was concerned about the enormity of the scope, both in terms of how we refine what's important and whether anyone cares or would care. And I think that today has answered the question. I think we see a roadmap for how to get there.
I feel really optimistic. I feel there's action items that I personally can handle and feel really confident about providing something in this year that will be beneficial. And then I feel it's a good use of my time to be here. Oh, I feel it's a good use of my time. The last thing I want to do is be a volunteer and feel like I've wasted, I've got a lot of other things to do. So I feel like it's worthwhile.
Thank you.
I've enjoyed the journey and am enjoying the journey, and I really appreciate the opportunity to really listen and hear what's in everyone's hearts and minds and all the hard work that we have ahead of us and working collaboratively together for common goals.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's on our
Actually already made it to Robin's list.
low-hanging fruit.
I think Robin actually has that, yeah.
So would that be another meeting, a separate?
No,
2,
you'll be
3,
responsible for attending.
Smitty?
You'll hear from the city. You'll have council members, you'll have other commission members at that meeting as well.
Smitty.
Me,
Check out.
I wanted to and I don't mean this lightly, thank you, guys. I mean, that's your whole weekend. I mean, my weekend. And whatever's on all these things about arts in our community, I think we've got to know each other better, and we would probably not all be friends. You know what I mean? But you know, the function of a commission is to bring different views and different viewpoints, but it can't be successful if we don't have a style of communication that is supportive of what the mission is and not too personally attached. And I think we're all mature enough to be able to do that, because if we're not, then this is just this is kindergarten drawings, you know. But I hope we found a way that we can all work together, talk to each other, and understand each other's where each of us has come from, because it's very different, our little histories of how we got here and what we experienced to get here. So if we can't, you know, work together, then we're just sitting at a table once a month and acting important. But I don't think anyone will be satisfied doing that. So thank you for your efforts to make that happen this weekend, and please try to keep that energy underneath it all, and understand that each of us really, really means well and wants to serve. All right. So how it comes out sometimes is going to sound funny or not fit with your understanding, but understand that it's coming from a place that we all have shared here today. So, thank you. Noosa, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Noosa.
Yes. Council has advised.
I'm going to do a quick checkout, guys.
So I don't hit this or do?
Wait for me.
I know, I'm not going to. Don't worry. Someone must have really whacked that to break it. All right, Noosa, go ahead.
You all showed up so fully. You really brought your whole selves to this, and it shows, not by pictures. The pictures are only evidence of deeper work. You look at any of these, and they represent, this is just iconic anchors for what's behind it. So to what Smitty said, when you listen to each other and you feel the anxiety, and then you look across the room and say, oh wait, you could do that better than me, or you like that, I don't, or whatever it is. Just, you're bringing your full selves and you're opening yourselves up, and the outcome gives me a lot of optimism. It's the reason why I agreed to do this, because your success matters. I live here too.
And thank you, what an amazing job you did, just looking around at all of this. It's unbelievable. Thank you.
Where's the puppy?
Oh, Kevin's going to bring her. But anyway, I'm moved because I have kids here. I moved here with my kids to live here and to raise them here. And I know how important and what it does for brains, for spirits, for community, for healing, for recovery, the power of art. And you guys are really at a juncture place, and you stand to make such a great difference. So anyway, that's why I'm here in service. But it's been an honor, and I'm really, it's not my place to say, but I'm really proud of you guys for how much you've shown up. With a lot of respect.
And you will send us the pictures?
You will get good, high-res pictures.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's your list?
Yeah.
Noosa, thanks very much. I think this is probably harder on you than anybody else, looking from the outside, as a matter of fact, and having to juggle it all in your mind. So I'm very cognizant of how much effort and work and emotion you put into this. So thank you so much. And I'll thank you again on February 26th when we get to the end of it.
So we will recess until somewhere between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on February
So we said
26th to
9:30.
be announced. I look forward to seeing you all in the next week. Recess was adjourn is pounding.